I declare open this hearing of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee into Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform Number 2 Bill 2026. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. In person we have myself, the Deputy Chair, Senator Little, and Senator David Pocock, and participating via video conference we have Senators Walker, Chandler, McDonald, Bragg and O'Neill. These are public proceedings being video streamed via the Parliament's website live, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence, and witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators of their obligation under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Rugby League Commission as well as the PNG Chiefs. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Anthony Salvatore Tremarchi. I'm a representative of the Australian Rugby League Commission and the National Rugby League, and my role at the NRL is as General Manager, Pacific Strategy.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which I am dialing in from, Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and extend my respects to elders both past and present. The NRL's contribution this morning is limited to aspects of the bill that relate to the PNG Chief's income tax exemption. As the committee may be aware, the Australian Rugby League Commission, which I'll refer to as the ARLC, is working with the Australian Government to grow the game of rugby league across the Pacific region and to leverage the power of our sport as a vehicle for positive social change. This includes, but is not limited to, the establishment of the PNG Chiefs NRL franchise. The Chiefs will be based in Port Moresby and they'll compete in the NRL Premiership competition from 2028. The partnership with government, it's so much more than the PNG Chiefs. Just over a fortnight ago in Brisbane, the Prime Ministers of Australia, Tonga, Samoa and Papua New Guinea joined the ARLC and our Rugby League Federation partners in those countries, as well as Fiji, to sign a landmark statement of partnership to commit us to working together to build participation in the sport across the region. It's my understanding that this was the first time that all Prime Ministers from the Pacific region had gathered together outside of a political forum. By encouraging rugby league in schools and local communities, this partnership, this work, will shape confident, healthy and connected young people while also nurturing talent across the Pacific. This is the strategic import. As the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, the Honourable James Marape, said at that event, and I quote, Our vision is much bigger than simply fielding a team in the NRL. We are building a lasting sporting legacy to inspire young people, strengthen regional partnerships and create opportunities for generations of Pacific Islanders through rugby league. And separately, I want to encourage every young Papua New Guinean who dreams of wearing the Chiefs jersey one day to stay in school and be part of the school rugby league system. And to quote the Prime Minister of Samoa from that same event, rugby league is more than a game. It is a source of national pride, the way we bring community together. It is a powerful platform to develop our young people and present new opportunities. This is the power of sport, and it's very important I acknowledge the vision and commitment of the RLC, led by my chairman, Peter V'landys, and the Australian government and many other stakeholders to drive this project forward. Rugby league is the largest sporting community in Australia, Papua New Guinea and the Pacific, and it is growing. As of 2025, half, 1 in 2 of the current NRL and NRLW player base identify as Pacifica. Rugby league is the official national sport of Papua New Guinea. As anyone who has been to Papua New Guinea can attest, it is home to the most passionate supporters in the world. Our game was introduced in PNG in the interwar period, and it's deeply woven into PNG's national identity. Indeed, it may interest the committee to know that state of origin, perhaps Australia's greatest sporting rivalry, has its origins in Papua New Guinea. The true inaugural match between New South Wales and Queensland did not occur in Brisbane in 1980, but on the 16th of September 1945 on Medco Oval, a makeshift sporting field in Torokina, Bougainville, just weeks after Japan's surrender in the Second World War. As the clippings will show, the men of the 25th Australian Infantry Brigade, awaiting transport home, decided to settle their interstate rivalries on the field, organising themselves into rugby league teams on state birth lines and faced off in a 2-game series. It may please the committee to know that Queensland emerged victorious in both games, lifting a trophy made from a refashioned 120mm Japanese naval artillery shell and inscribed with the winning players' names. That trophy still exists. It is housed in the Army Museum of Victoria Barracks in Brisbane, and it is a seminal moment in rugby league history and law. Very poignantly symbolises the very deep and unique way rugby league connects Australia and Papua New Guinea. As I mentioned earlier, beyond its competitive sporting dimension, the PNG Chiefs will serve as a genuine conduit for social cohesion, mentorship and opportunity, opening pathways for education, leadership and professional growth in PNG. To paraphrase again the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, in a land of more than 800 languages and distinct tribal identities, the Chiefs are a national unification strategy under the flag of rugby league. Accordingly, the establishment and the success of the PNG Chiefs is of fundamental importance. The Chiefs must utilise world-class sporting and rugby league talent and expertise, whilst at the same time developing in-country activity. Players and staff, key management personnel may need to relocate to Port Moresby and to build a franchise from scratch in a new market, in a different country. That is not an easy undertaking. The provisions in the bill support this, and it is important to note that the PNG government has legislated an income tax exemption to support this. As mentioned in the second reading speech, the bill seeks to ensure that the exemptions that have been put in place by the PNG government will operate as intended, provide certainty and to support the effective administration of those tax arrangements. And in that context, the ARLC supports the provisions in the bill. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tramachi. Who would like to go first?
I've got some questions.
Yep, Senator Pocock.
Mr. Tramachi, thank you very much for your time. I'm interested in the process in arriving at the tax exemption rather than another mechanism to ensure that the PNG franchise is competitive. What evidence did the NRL provide to the government that a tax exemption was necessary for the PNG franchise to be viable?
Good morning, Senator Pocock. In the context of your question, I think the tax exemption has been put forward as a time-limited, very effective way to achieve the outcome desired in the context of a range of government projects, infrastructure resource projects that are conducted overseas, amendments to tax law providing certain benefits and the like is relatively common. So we don't believe it was unique, and it was a very effective way to provide support in the outcome that we had in mind. Again, relocating to Port Moresby is not an easy undertaking, and this is, we think, an appropriate mechanism to support that.
Thank you. So did the NRL do modelling comparing a tax exemption with other incentives like an increase in the salary cap or a relocation allowance or direct grants?
Absolutely. Those are different matters. All clubs, as the committee may be aware, operate under a salary cap, as will the Chiefs. Those settings are equalised across all clubs. And there is provision already, Senator Pocock, in the NRL rules and the cap for relocation allowances and the like. So and the salary cap, as you would appreciate, applies to how much clubs can remunerate players. A decision was made that the Chiefs would operate under the same salary cap provisions and rules as every other club.
Okay, it doesn't sound like there was a lot of, I guess, evidence provided to the government to make the case for this. I guess I'm just concerned. I hear from people that there's a lot of support for this new franchise in PNG. It makes a huge amount of sense given how much Papua New Guineans love rugby league in terms of sports diplomacy, the relationship. The Australian people are paying for this franchise, and now we're being asked to essentially provide a tax exemption for players to earn tax-free money playing in PNG. How much is the tax concession worth to players?
Thank you for your question, Senator. I understand that there are representatives from the government appearing after me. I think that is a question they may be better placed to answer. I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay. Has the NRL quantified what the salary cap would be worth to the playing group for the first year?
Yes, Senator. The salary cap at the moment is $12 million per franchise, and then there is provision over time for that cap to increase.
Sorry, maybe ask that in an ambiguous way. Of that $12 million, given the usual sort of distribution amongst marquee players and as the curve sort of comes down to others and to those on development contracts, what is that total likely worth in tax foregone for the first year?
Senator, as I referred to previously, I think government representatives may be better placed to provide the exact number. I understand the tax-free status is, I think, several $million. However, I do not wish to be imprecise in my answer. The overall, as I said, salary cap per franchise is about $12 million per franchise, of which salaries for the top 30 club are a portion of that.
Okay. So you seem fairly light on details. How did this come about? Was this something the NRL took to the Australian government, or was it something that the department said, well, maybe we can offer a tax exemption? How does this become an announcement?
Sure. I think this provision, Senator, as well as the broader partnership, was subject to discussions negotiated with the NRL, the Australian government. Again, the Papua New Guinean government has already legislated a tax exemption. Our understanding is this exemption seeks to support the measures that have already been put in place by PNG. Mm-hmm. So this was something that was put forward, again, as a very cost-effective, timely manner in which to support the project.
Okay. And so the Australian government's commitment to the Chiefs, the NRL franchise in PNG is how much over the next decade?
The overall project, so the Australian government has committed $600 million to the partnership, of which a portion would go to the PNG Chiefs.
How much of that?
I believe it is approximately 190. 190 million. I don't wish to be precise. That is to establish the club, support the franchise. And again, there's funding committed to other elements of the project.
Sure.
Infrastructure, civic development, schools.
Sure. And then how much of the NRL's own money is being contributed?
Well, again, Senator, we support all franchises through broadcast revenue to provision of the cap. Again, that's approximately $12 million per annum.
Sure. And so the PNG team will get the $12 million?
As it stands, it is 12. Again, there is, over time, the likelihood that amount will increase as the salary cap increases, as broadcast revenues, which underwrite the entire competition. That's money that pays for club distributions, football development, grassroots, are flowed through to the franchises. So that number is likely to increase over time.
Sure. And so if we're looking at that 12 million in salary cap payments from the NRL, then the 19 million from the Australian government, plus whatever the tax exemption is, we're looking at $31 million plus a year. Is that how much the average NRL club costs to run? It seems a huge amount of money.
I'd like to take that question on notice,
sure,
Senator, and provide you with an accurate answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you. Mr Tarachi, I'm just wondering, just for clarity, are you today representing the Australian Rugby League Commission and PNG Chiefs?
Thank you, Senator. I'm representing the Australian Rugby League Commission. The PNG Chiefs are an NRL franchise. At this stage, the PNG Chiefs operate within the RLC framework. I'm not strictly a representative of the PNG Chiefs, but the NRL.
Right, okay. So they could have appeared on their own to this committee, that the structure's there already for them to do that?
I believe so, in saying that they're effectively, the RLC is the sole shareholder of the PNG Chiefs at this point in time as we establish the club. So I appear on behalf of the game.
Okay. Now, just picking up on a question that was asked by Senator Pocock, I'm trying to understand whose idea it was to include a tax exemption as part of this arrangement. You mentioned that it was because PNG already had a tax exemption arrangement. Did anybody from the NRL take that, or the PNG Chiefs negotiated that themselves and said, well, why don't we have like for like? Do you understand how that worked?
Yes, Senator, thank you. The PNG Chiefs franchise is being established following a partnership with the NRL, the RLC and the Australian government, so that the franchise is a byproduct of that. Again, the PNG Chiefs operate in Papua New Guinea. So that tax exemption that has been legislated by the Papua New Guinean government is to support that. That occurred last year. Again, the proposal for a tax exemption was put forward as one way that we thought that the Chiefs could be supported and given the best chance of success, and be competitive from day dot.
Now, I understand that this inclusion of the PNG Chiefs, we're told, is popular amongst Pacific countries. It's popular in Australia, and one of the reasons for it was to incentivise players to actually participate. I'm just trying to get a sense of why it was necessary to incentivise players to participate with a tax exemption, given the known popularity of the sport in those countries.
Thank you. It's a good question. I think the tax exemption accounts for the very unique circumstances of relocating, living and working in Papua New Guinea. It's not about incentivising the playing of the game. The reality is that for most players, relocating means leaving, whether it be Sydney or Brisbane or Melbourne. It means fundamentally changing their lifestyle, uprooting family, potentially being split from family, removing children from school if they were relocating with them, leaving support networks behind, etc. So there are lots of implications for relocating to Papua New Guinea, and I think the tax exemption accounts for those unique circumstances which come with playing for the franchise and joining the franchise at its foundation in another country.
Can you outline how this tax arrangement is actually beneficial or crucial to the actual establishment of the club? Like, why was this a crucial component of that? And if it didn't exist, what would be the likely scenario?
I think it's absolutely crucial, Senator. The likely scenario, were it not in place, is I believe that the Chiefs would face a material disadvantage in recruiting and attracting talent. It's very difficult to again move to another country, not least of which Papua New Guinea, to join a venture from scratch at its foundation. Again, this is not a mature club. This isn't a club with a lot of history or law or the benefit of very mature structures that surround it. So to join any new franchise can be a challenge. To join one in another country which has very unique displacement and relocation considerations, we think that the tax exemption is crucial to supporting that. And whilst individual players, I can't speak for specifics. Each player would be motivated by a range of factors. I think the tax settings overall underpin the club's ability to recruit and attract talent.
You mentioned about where the club's actually at. Can you walk us through the progress that has been made in the establishment of the clubs? Where are they actually at? I'm interested to understand the timeline that they're working
Absolutely.
to.
Well, the best timeline, Senator, working backwards, the Chiefs will be in the NRL Premiership competition in 2028. The season will kick off late February, March, call it March. Working backwards from that, the club as a playing group will come together for pre-season. Pre-season takes place from the 1st of November each year. So 1 November 2027 is when that group will form. The club itself, has a corporate structure. They have a board, they have a chief executive, they have key management personnel. There is a general manager of football and support staff. That club, and as you can see in media, there was some media over the weekend, but he's in the market seeking to recruit players. They have made a number of player signings already and will continue to do so. There are some rules in place, NRL rules that is, which limit or give shape to how the PNG Chiefs management can interact with players. If they're off contract or not on contract, there are rules in place that guide how they can interact. But the club is established. I think over time you will see more players be recruited. They have some time before pre-season, 1 November next year, in which to do that. And I would expect that additional staff, key management personnel, will be recruited in due course according to their strategic and operational plans. The club has an interim office in Port Moresby, so they have a functional space. So this club is taking shape, geared by the board, by the strategic plan and a timeline, with a very hard deadline being the 2028 season.
So I want to ask, you mentioned this is 600 million that's identified as being required to do this work. There's not much information about how it was determined that 600 million was a likely figure. How is the Australian taxpayer comforted in knowing that the costs are covered with that amount?
Thank you, Senator. I think, and Again, I'm mindful there are government representatives appearing after me who may be better placed to answer aspects of that question from the NRL's perspective. If you go back to my opening remarks, the strategic import, a lot of this work is not the PNG chiefs. It's the broader work being done in communities, in schools, not just in Papua New Guinea, but Fiji, Samoa, and Tonga as well. Again, to quote the Prime Ministers of some of those countries, the real benefit is at that community level, and I think this project will have very serious long-term benefits for Australia. And when you take that amount and its component parts over the lifespan of the partnership being 10 years, my opinion is it provides very strong value for money. And equally, we will be required to acquit and report against that funding. But again, I think there are others who may be able to answer that question with more authority.
I'm interested in understanding the potential for third parties to actually, or associated entities to actually benefit from this because of their involvement in the club. Do you understand that this to be watertight in terms of who actually benefits from the tax exemption?
Thank you, Senator. If I understand your question correctly, that the tax exemption, the beneficiaries of that would be the players and the staff, those who have signed up. I can't speak to hypotheticals nor give, I guess, specialist tax advice, but my understanding that the only beneficiaries would be the individuals which the taxation relates to.
Okay. What are the next steps prior to the club's admittance in 2028? And is everything on track at this point in time?
Yes, I believe it is. Again, the club is operating to a strategic plan. There's a CEO in place, key management personnel. In due course, the club, you'll begin to see more tangible or public aspects of the club's establishment, whether that be logo, merchandise, jerseys, all the things which come with being a franchise, together with continued recruitment of players and staff, working towards pre-season next year. We're very confident they will be there and they'll be competitive from day one, and this project is on track.
My understanding is that the proposal for this arrangement dates back to 2024, but it was not settled at that time. Do you understand that to be correct?
Senator, the project's announcement was announced in 2024. That's correct. As for the second part of the question, I'm not sure what you mean.
I think you just answered it. I asked whether the arrangement started back in 2024.
So the partnership was announced in 2024, correct?
Right. And can you just explain what the arrangement is on engagement with the Australian government from your perspective since the project was first proposed until now? Like, how often do you meet for key meetings? Are they scheduled already, or how does that work?
Yes, we work very closely with representatives from the Australian government, my counterparts at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, stakeholders that we will meet with on a very frequent basis. We have meetings, we liaise to make sure the project is on track, to share progress, absolutely.
Do you expect at all that having the tax-free incentive might actually distort the attraction for people to actually go and play for the PNG Chiefs? Is that enough of an incentive to do that?
No, again, Senator, I think there are very real considerations, and again, without speaking for individual players, but there are a range of considerations that a player or key management personnel would need to work through in choosing to play for the Chiefs. Again, there's displacement. It means relocating to another country. If you have children, removing them from school, enrolling them in a local school if they were to join in Papua New Guinea. There's a lot of challenges and considerations which come with that. The tax exemption is one mechanism to offset some of those challenges, but I don't think it would be the only thing that would go through everyone's mind. And again, individual players, they have their own circumstances. I can't speak for all of them, but there's a range of things to work through. It's not just about the tax.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the association between the perhaps salary that might be offered to a player and then the tax exemption status and where that puts a player in relation to salary cap.
Mm-hmm. The Chiefs, all NRL franchises operate under the same salary cap. Salary cap and taxation arrangements go to different matters. The Chiefs will operate under the same cap as everybody else. It's not too dissimilar, Senator, to the New Zealand Warriors, who operate under New Zealand tax law. They have a different tax rate to Australians. So again, there is salary cap is what a club can pay. Taxation is ultimately what the player pays to the government, what their take-home pay would be. And again, the salary cap applies equally to all clubs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to rotate the call. Senator Walker has some questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Can everyone hear me? Just checking.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's been good to sort of hear a little bit about where things are at the moment and some of the progress that's been made. I'm wondering if you can sort of just step through us, what is the Commission's role in supporting the expansion of the code to the PNG, like some direct examples about what engagement and support is being offered there, obviously noting that you are very heavily involved in that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator. The Commission's role is to, first and foremost, support the establishment of the PNG Chiefs. It is an expansion franchise, whilst at the same time ensuring that that club is able to operate on its own accord in the same way that any other club would. So, at a very operational level, we assist the club in the establishment of its corporate documents, the establishment of its inaugural budgets, just provide day-to-day practical support. Equally, again, the project and the work being undertaken is a lot more than just the Chiefs. Our role is to work with both the club as well as the PNG Rugby Football League, if I use Papua New Guinea as an example, to look at our grassroots and pathways programs and how we embed rugby league and the franchise in Papua New Guinea more holistically. So it's working with counterparts in the PNG government, the education sector and others concurrently to as the club is being established to make sure that those other streams of work are taking place and are being done. Again, the strategic benefit, the import, I guess, long-term is that work that we're doing in the community. So our role is to support that and drive forward. There's a lot of subject matter expertise and resources that we can bring to bear in that regard.
Thank you for that. And off the back of that, what are your responsibilities to the PNG Chiefs?
Again, our responsibilities are to support their establishment, to make sure that they can operate like every other NRL club. The PNG Chiefs, we mentioned before around club distributions and salary caps. We provide financial support to all NRL franchises, which goes to funding all aspects of the game, and our obligations in that regard will extend to the Chiefs when they are fully operational.
Thanks. As stated earlier, the purpose of the legislation is for the PNG legislation to operate as intended. How does this legislative amendment impact the Chiefs franchise, and why do you think that's important?
I think it gives them certainty. You're correct, Senator, that the PNG government has already legislated tax arrangements in Papua New Guinea. Again, I can't provide specialist tax advice. My understanding is that in order for those provisions to have effect, the Australian tax law or policy would also need to be amended to support that and ensure that the two tax arrangements work harmoniously. What I think the bill does, these provisions, is provide the chiefs with certainty. It enables prospective players and staff to make an informed decision on whether they wish to sign for the Chiefs. And again, it allows the laws that the government of Papua New Guinea has legislated to work as they were intended. So, certainty.
Thanks. There's already been some discussion today about other policy options, but can you just step out for us why you think this is the best option available?
Absolutely. Look, I think, as I mentioned before, the tax exemption is a very targeted, time-limited means designed to address a unique challenge in an efficient way. The Chiefs operate under fundamentally the exact same rules as every NRL franchise. We think, given the very unique considerations in moving to Papua New Guinea and playing from the outset, as well as the importance of the Chiefs being successful in the long term, this measure is, a very efficient way to achieve the desired outcome, as opposed to looking at things like the salary cap and distributions, which are meant to apply equally, difficult to use those measures to account for different or unique circumstances, I think.
Just my last question around timing. How do you think the timing of this measure will impact on the Chiefs? And I guess off of that, why do you think that this needs to occur now?
Well, again, Senator, in my earlier remarks, I mentioned some of the timeframes that apply to this project, and the Chiefs playing group squad need to convene on the 1st of November next year. So it's, just under a year and a half away. These measures being legislated now are critically important in the coming months as the Chiefs become more active in the player market, as they continue to fill out key management personnel. Now is the time. In the near future is when prospective players and staff will make decisions on whether to join. I don't think the measure can be delayed too long, because it would materially impact their ability to go to market, to find players and staff to relocate ahead of that 1 November 27 pre-season deadline, it's not too far away.
All right, that's all from me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McDonald, I think you had some questions.
Yeah, just a few. Thanks very much, and thanks for coming on to present to the committee today, Anthony. I just want to ask, I'm based in Townsville, I'm Northern Australia focused. The Cowboys franchise has been incredibly successful in harvesting young men and young women from our part of the world through, associated things like Cowboy House and of course the High Performance Training Centre and so forth. Can you I know you've talked a bit about work with the Chiefs in country in PNG, but I guess the measure of success for me will be how many young people come through the code from PNG.
Yeah, I think, Senator, it's a fantastic point. And if I look at and again paraphrase the Papua New Guinean Prime Minister's remarks recently, he said, if you want to wear a Chiefs jersey, you need to stay in school. If you want to play rugby league, you're going to stay in school. And we're going to use our code and our game and the Chiefs brand. The Chiefs are just the capstone, really, to, in a very positive and respectful way, drive social outcomes across the Pacific. And I use PNG as an example. Whether it's encouraging school attendance and improvement in grades, whether that's using existing NRL programs like League Belong Life or Voice Against Violence to talk to young Papuan boys and girls about respect to women. These are initiatives and things that we are able to utilise through rugby league, through the power of sport. We have a lot of experience doing that domestically. To your point, Cowboys are a great example of that. They're not the only club. Each club, I think, to varying degrees, has similar programs that are involved in that way. But that's where we see the opportunity. Success for us, yes, the Chiefs, we want them to be competitive. We want the club to be part of the NRL competition, and that's really important to build cultural exchanges and deepen relationships and build familiarity. But long-term success for the NRL from our perspective is how we leverage our game to drive positive social outcomes in the Pacific to give that next generation of kids coming through, boys and girls. Absolutely, if they're good enough, a pathway to hopefully play for the NRL. If it's not in the Chiefs, maybe they can play for the Cowboys, maybe they can play for another club. I suspect, like myself, most people may not be athletic enough or talented enough. However, if along the way we can drive positive behaviours, structure, role models, increase the likelihood that kids stay in schools, and that is a fantastic outcome, which is I think to the nation's benefit overall long term. So that's how we measure success, and I think that's a really important part of the journey. It's an important part of this project, which we're very keen to remind people about, because that is where long term the benefits of this will be.
Yeah, I certainly see that play out in this North Queensland community. So that is a great and very worthy goal of the program. Of the $600 million and the, I'm assuming that the tax-free status for people being based with the Chiefs in PNG, is that going to be able to extend to those sort of partnership managers, the educators, or do you see some of that $600 million being paid in a different way? I'm just wondering how Australia gets its bang for buck from that element.
Absolutely, Senator. I think again going back on the shoulder of State of Origin just over a fortnight ago in Brisbane, we had the Prime Minister of Australia, but also PNG, Samoa, and Tonga. Fiji weren't able to make it, but to have 4 Prime Ministers together to join the NRL and our partners in the Pacific in undertaking a statement of partnership to grow the game at the grassroots. A large portion of the overall funding envelope is dedicated to grassroots activities, school programs, social impact programs across those nations. So, something we're very, very passionate about. That again, it was amazing to see everyone come together in Brisbane in that way. Again, from my understanding, the first time leaders of those nations have been able to come together in anything other than a political forum, and the fact it was through rugby league to come together and celebrate, but also commit to working together over the next decade to drive these outcomes collectively in a spirit of mateship and partnership is something really important.
Yeah, well said. I just want to ask too, does the income tax exemption extend to income earned from sponsorships and endorsements that players might receive?
Again, Senator, I'd like to be able to take that on notice, just to make sure I'm precise in the answers. I think without having the provisions in front of me, I don't want to be imprecise.
Fair enough. So if you wouldn't mind taking that on notice, that will be an important part. The final point I just make, Chair, is I attended the Cowboys-Broncos game in Townsville on Saturday night. It was a record crowd, 25 and a bit thousand people in the new stadium. It's a slow burn, establishing new franchises in regional areas, particularly ones that are sourcing their teams from a big region but not necessarily such a big city the way you might in Sydney or Melbourne. And so I just want to get on the record that the Chiefs might be a slow burn to get to the sort of capacity of the other teams, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't support the project over the longer term. So wish you all the very best in developing the PNG Chiefs.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. That concludes our questions for you, Mr. Tremarchi. And thanks for those comments, Senator McDonald, coming from an AFL state. It's good to get your insights in particular. So I would now like to welcome representatives from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. So we'll just suspend for a moment so that the officials can join the table. Thank you. So thanks very much for joining us this morning. Representatives from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Senator Charlotte Blundell, I'm the First Assistant Secretary in the Office of the Pacific, responsible for the Economic and Infrastructure Division, and it's out of my division that the NRL project is managed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Lee, First Assistant Secretary, Melanesia Division in the Office of the Pacific. I look after the bilateral relationship with Papua New Guinea, among other countries.
Thank you.
Senator Priyanka Sundar, I'm the Director of the NRL Task Force within the Office of the Pacific.
Thank you very much. I invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite committee members to ask questions.
Senator, thank you for the opportunity. This bill is a key part of our broader effort to back a very historic partnership between Australia and Papua New Guinea through the entry of the PNG NRL team, the Chiefs, into our national competition in 2028. And this measure is about setting that team up for success. A central tenet of the deal with PNG is that both countries would contribute as equal partners, and the PNG Parliament has done that. It passed legislation to exempt the chief players and staff from income tax at the end of 2024, and they're foregoing that revenue in order to support the chief's success. There were concerns that emerged later that under Australia's current laws, the same income could still be taxed here, which wasn't expected under the tax treaty. And this would mean then that Australia would be inadvertently undercutting PNG's contribution to the Chiefs. So under this bill, that income would also be tax exempt in Australia. We see it as a technical fix, but it's a very important one because PNG wants to build, understandably, a strong, enduring professional NRL team, and it needs to be able to attract great players, the best staff, and give them the confidence to commit. So this change is achieving that. But the project is about a lot more than just a game. It's about connecting Papua New Guineans and Australians in a way that few other things really do. It's about building real, lasting links between people and communities across Australia and PNG. It will create an estimated 5,000 new jobs, support local businesses, and open up new economic opportunities. And importantly, it will give young Papua New Guinean boys and girls something invaluable, which is a pathway, a goal, and a reason to believe that their futures can be bigger. Rugby league and many sports have the power to unite, and that sits at the heart of Prime Minister Marape's vision, and he has been a driver for this project. In a country as diverse as PNG, with over 800 different language groups and cultures, he sees sport as a common language that can bring people together across Papua New Guinea's various regions and communities and build national pride in one team and one nation. And so in that sense, the PNG Chiefs are special because they're a symbol of national unity. And through this partnership, we, Australia, are showing to PNG that we've committed to them for the long term, not just as neighbours, but as trusted partners. And this project is happening at a very significant moment in our relationship. Prime Minister Marape has affirmed to our government that Australia is PNG's primary security partner. Our relationship has now been elevated to an alliance, which was the first new alliance to be signed in over 70 years for us, and it's Papua New Guinea's first alliance ever. As allies, we share a commitment to building peace and stability in our region and a shared respect for the sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity of our Pacific neighbours and of each other. As allies, we are both committed to acting together to meet danger to the peace and security of both of our countries and to our region. And so to support this bill is to support our efforts to make Australia and Papua New Guinea safer and to advance a vision that's shared by all the Pacific leaders for an ocean of peace where all people in our region lead free, healthy and productive lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Blundell. No. Senator Little, go first.
Thank you very much, and thank you for appearing today. I'd like to understand who first advocated or initiated this arrangement.
For the tax exemption, Senator?
Yes.
So it was discussed during negotiations which occurred throughout from January to really December 2024, what sort of incentives could be put in place so that the team could achieve a comparative level of success within the first 10 years. And so this was the incentive that emerged out of those discussions.
My question was who?
I'm not sure, Senator. I don't think it was. I think a whole probably range of different options were probably whiteboarded by those negotiating, which was the Australian government, the Papua New Guinea government and Australian Rugby League Commission. We did have commercial advisors involved on our side who were looking at issues like this and providing advice to us.
So it kind of segues to my next question, which is when did DFAT become aware of the proposal or become involved in this arrangement?
So the negotiating team would have been aware through negotiations, and obviously Pri and I, who are the implementing team, became aware at the point of signing the deal. And Papua New Guinea, at the time that Papua New Guinea made that policy decision, it was one of its first acts. So it actually legislated this just before Christmas 2024, which was actually quite proximate to the actual public announcement of the project.
So that's when you got involved in 2024?
Yes, Pri and I started about late December 2024.
Right, okay. Can you outline the time frame within which this arrangement was negotiated, noting that the Australian government announced that in December 2024 and it was included in my EFO, PNG legislated in 2025 and now in May 2026, around a year and a half later, we have this legislation from the 26-27 budget measure.
Yes. Sorry, Senator, could you just repeat the question?
I want you to outline the time frame upon which this arrangement was negotiated. I've given you some examples there, but is that your understanding?
Of the sequence? Yes, that there was a negotiation that went throughout the calendar year 2024 and was concluded at the end of that year. That Papua New Guinea then took this action quite quickly thereafter. Parliament passed an amendment to PNG's tax laws, and then we have brought this forward in my EFO.
So why did it take so long to get this tax measure as part of that? Given that it seems we've known about it for some time, and then all of a sudden we start hearing about it not so long ago.
Senator, from my perspective, because initially our department thought that PNG's action was sufficient, and so that incentive was put in place by the PNG government, and there wasn't a requirement in the agreement for Australia to take this same action. So I think we thought that it was sufficient. As the chiefs established and started to look more closely at the details of recruitment of Australian players who might choose to leave family in Australia, it became clearer that it was possible that those particular members of the chiefs could end up taxed under Australian laws, and the treaty didn't provide a provision that does exist in the treaty with New Zealand, for example, that would prevent that.
So when did you first become aware that that was actually an issue as part of this arrangement?
I think we've probably been looking at it for the better part of about 8 months. But Senator, I would say, I just want to caveat that because I don't want to mislead you. We were focused on many actions at the start of the project related to legal agreements we needed to enter into with RLC, and that was our initial focus. So it's really probably come into prominence as we've moved closer to the Chiefs needing to recruit players and staff.
Right.
Yep.
So is this a tax arrangement retrospective?
No, it's not.
No. So it's not, can't be backdated to the 1st of July 2025?
It might be a question to ask Treasury, but I understood, that's not my understanding.
Right. Can you outline any other arrangements that exist of this nature in Australia where we've done something similar to this?
Not in relation to our portfolio that I'm aware, Senator. But I think Treasury would have greater knowledge of the workings of the tax law.
Right. So your only real role has been in negotiating the detail, keeping the conversation going in terms of these arrangements. You haven't been involved in anything that's really Treasury in determining the amount, the clauses that are in the legislation.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all them.
That's right, Senator. I mean, we had some discussions about various options, but we are not tax experts and we have not designed the measure. We're aware of the problem that was identified that needed to be solved.
Do you know if there are any similar arrangements anywhere globally where a country has given tax exemptions for something similar?
So my understanding is that, but again, Treasury will be expert, is there are some provisions in the tax treaty with New Zealand, for example. And I understand, but this is from RLC, not from first-hand knowledge, that it's not uncommon in Europe, for example, for governments to support their football, meaning soccer, clubs in this way in order to retain the talent from their nation in their local clubs and national teams.
Okay. We haven't been able to get any clarity on whether things such as bonuses, allowance and endorsements are included in this, where hopefully we can get some detail on that. Given your interest is in foreign affairs, you're familiar with countries like PNG, what impact will it have when you've got players who are used to playing in the local league, when all of a sudden they're potentially earning a salary that could include a tax exemption, could include endorsements, could include sponsorships? What does that do for a community in which people who reside there, who might be lucky enough to get into the team, what does that do to the local communities?
Yeah, Senator, Papua New Guineans do play internationally at the elite competition in Europe and in Australia. I think fundamentally it brings a lot of national pride. That's our experience of it. And I think that's true for Samoan and Tongan players and Fijian players playing internationally as well. I'm sure it puts, as it would on young Australians having these opportunities, a level of responsibility on their shoulders. But I know the clubs support that. They have really strong player welfare arrangements and guidance. But I think in general, from PNG's perspective, this is seen as a huge opportunity. There's an investment I heard RLC refer to, which is the Pathway Development Program, which is both about community sport and getting kids in, healthy and active, but it is also about building up to that elite level so that we'll see more Pacific and Papua New Guinean men and women playing this sport and being given that opportunity. Yeah.
Do you understand whether the tax arrangements apply to third-party earnings?
So my understanding, Senator, is that the provision that is in PNG's law and in our law is quite specific to income earned from the chiefs, so that's the scope of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Has there been any other variations to the funding arrangements as presented in the MyEFO to the 600 million in funding? Is that it?
That's it, Senator. Yes, no other changes.
Right. And can you provide us with an update on the progress in the implementation of that 2024-25 MyEFO measure and whether the milestones are being met. Do you have a role in checking off on the milestones, or is that something that the League does?
Absolutely, we do, Senator. We have provided just over 100 million of the 600 million thus far. The money is provided to ARLC, who's the overall project lead, or we call delivery partner. Some of that money has then flowed through to the chiefs to help with their establishment. Some of that money has gone to the planning for some critical infrastructure that forms part of the project. And some of that funding has now gone towards the regional pathway development program. From our perspective, everything is on track, but it sounds like a longer lead time than it really is to set up an elite team and a 4-country pathway development program. All this time is definitely needed to have things ready. There needs to be some upgrades to what will be the home ground stadium for the Chiefs. So there's infrastructure development there. There is funding set aside to build a centre of excellence, and we completed things like the land acquisition. The Chiefs have their licence, which was a very important milestone, and of course the Chiefs board has been long appointed now for over a year, I would say, and they have started to, they appointed the head of football, the CEO, and have started to seek agreements with some marquee players.
Okay. I want to give you, I note that there's 6.6 million over 3 years for additional scholarships through Australia Awards Program for students in the Indo-Pacific. I want to give you an observation of what I've seen over the years here in Australia of when sport gets involved and talks about its connection to education. There are some very good examples where there is discipline around you can't play sport if you don't go to school. But there are some very poor examples where it all becomes about the sport and the winning and nobody's going to school. So, or school is certainly not the focus. I want to know what things are in place to make sure that the 6.6 million that is going as part of this arrangement has criteria, has covenants in it that ensure that it remains also about the school and not just becoming about the sport.
Senator, just to say more broadly for the Pathway Development Program, it was launched about 3 weeks ago at State of Origin, and there was over 12 months of consultations that led up to that launch with teachers, with the education system, but with communities, a very broad range of stakeholders across the 4 countries. And I think that whilst it's the intent to use sport to have that positive social impact, whether that be to support kids' attendance, which has been an issue in a country like Papua New Guinea, I think that it will be a little bespoke country by country, but there's this intention to engage the schools on best use of that funding and the best way the sport can be delivered. There is a track record of work on campaigns like ending violence against women and speaking about gender equality. There's definitely campaigns that have been run around nutrition and health, and they have been run in partnership with schools in the same way that Australia might do that with some of the sports that are popular here. But I'm listening really carefully to what you're saying, and I think what we have put in place is quite a sophisticated monitoring and evaluation framework, and we're working really hard with ARLC to make sure that we have really clear evidence around what's working year on year and over the 10-year life of the project, so that there can also be adaptation, sharing of learning across the countries, so that we achieve maximum social benefit for youth.
I'm kind of really interested in the interventions because in Australia we have some of those sporting codes that go into communities usually during the school term rather than the school holidays when they should be going there. They disrupt the school curriculum, they get their glossy photos and they leave again. I'm interested in understanding what's the potential for intervention when it becomes more about the sport and the club rather than about the school.
Senator, we are starting to have more detailed conversations now that the program is launched with the individual education ministries in each country, and we will absolutely be guided by them, and the RLC are aware that engagement at the ministerial or departmental level must happen before any of these programs can be fully designed and rolled out. So we're being very mindful and respectful for each of the education systems in each country.
Thank you.
Thank you. In your opening statement, I think you gave a really good overview in terms of the priority and the position of the PNG government. I wondered, just to take it up a level, in terms of whether you could outline the importance of Australia's relationship with PNG. I know you did talk about that kind of broader security ocean of peace in the region, but can you just talk to us a bit about why that's important to us?
Sure. Senator, thank you, Justin Lee, for Assistant Secretary, Melanesia Division. As Charlotte said, Australia and PNG are now alliance partners, but I think that reflects really our long history of such a close bilateral relationship that we have. We have no closer neighbour than Papua New Guinea, of course, as you know. A very strong history of support and cooperation with Papua New Guinea going back to the Second World War, through Australia's administration of Papua New Guinea's territory, and then our support for Papua New Guinea's independence. So there's no doubt that what occurs in Papua New Guinea directly impacts upon Australia's interests, and vice versa. Australia's success as well directly impacts upon Papua New Guinea, and that's the way that we see the relationship. Our relationship, we say, is at a historical high because of the kind of architecture that we've brought around that relationship and bringing it closer together. And we do cooperate on really every area of possible cooperation that we can. On the security side, as mentioned, not only do we have the Puk Treaty, which encapsulates the alliance, that has the mutual defence obligation for us to consult one another on external threats, and now to work together on elevating Papua New Guinea's defence capability in cooperation with the ADF. But we also have the bilateral security agreement between the two countries, which underpins our policing cooperation and helps Papua New Guinea on its internal security. So we are Papua New Guinea's primary security partner. Similarly, on the economic side, Australia is Papua New Guinea's largest economic partner, with our both investment and two-way trade between the countries, really investing across all sectors of PNG's economy, especially the resources sector and others. And then on things like humanitarian assistance, the development program, of course, it's our largest bilateral development program that we have with any country. And again, that's recognising that issues like health, whether it be HIV, tuberculosis, and infectious health issues that might impact Papua New Guinea, have impacts upon Australia and Northern Australia, through to the full gamut of development priorities. Again, just very much in Australia's interests that we be working as close partners with Papua New Guinea on their issues, being in our shared interests. So this sporting relationship and the NRL again is a key part of that. And in addition to what Charlotte has already said, I think, and already alluded to, that we see that this has an enormous role in nation building for Papua New Guinea, in a country as diverse as Papua New Guinea, with so many languages, such a difficult geography. Really something that Papua New Guineans can unify behind, can come together behind, generate national pride. Also something that is a development tool. It allows people to aspire to be the best they can be. It provides role models, and it's not just in the NRL team itself, but it's in the supporting sporting infrastructure, in the other industries that go behind that, event management and the like. So there's a lot of skills transfer that we would anticipate happening through this program, which is consistent with the broader development objectives that we have with Papua New Guinea.
Thanks. I was going to ask about the 5,000 jobs that was mentioned in your opening statement, Ms Blundell. So is that the sort of thing you're talking about, Dr Lee? Like, what are those jobs, where are they, and, why are they important? And kind of how, to give us a broader context, like how significant is that number within the broader employment situation?
Yeah, I can start, and Justin could add. I think just to say that we did an economic study to help inform advice to government about this project, Senator, and so that's where that figure is coming from. That's an estimate of new jobs that could be generated as a result of the project. That's because of increased visitation between PNG and Australia as well, and Papua New Guinea getting the opportunity to host many of these very high-profile, widely broadcast matches up in Papua New Guinea now. So we think that they'll be in that kind of visitor economy. So that will be in people that might be. It could be the airlines who might fly a little more frequently because of that. It could be the hotels who are at greater capacity. It could be smaller businesses who are offering tourist services and so forth. So, and we do expect some benefits, of course, to flow the other way in terms of increased visitation to Australia from PNG as a result of the project. It's really important, over half, I think, of PNG's population is under 25, Senator. Not all children in PNG will complete schooling up to year 12. In fact, many don't. And the pathway to employment is not as strong as the PNG government would like it to be. So youth engagement is a huge focus for them, and creating these opportunities both through sport and through the visitor economy is really fundamental. It's not as much as PNG would need to transform, but it's an important contribution to Papua New Guinea's development. Similarly, the Pathway project more broadly in the other Pacific countries does see particularly Samoan, Tongans and Fijians coming to play in Australia, but also in elite competition all over the world. The Pacific really produces great athletes, but struggles to do what we've been able to do and field really deep competitive national teams, with Fiji an exception. So this regional approach is really important for the Pacific, who take great pride, of course, in seeing their athletes succeed.
Yeah, thank you. I think you've talked about, I think broadly, how the project fits within bilateral security and development arrangements that we have, and certainly, the benefits to both us and to PNG. But I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about, I guess from a national security perspective, the role that, the development program and, the discussion that we heard, I think, from Mr Tramachi earlier about violence against women, girls in sport in particular, and just that sort of gender equality lens. Like, what thinking do you have in terms of those approaches supporting our national security?
Yeah, I think, Justin, feel free to add, but I think when Office of the Pacific thinks about some of the pillars of our work, we think about the more overt direct security cooperation we might do in the Pacific, such as our police forces working together. we think about our economic cooperation, and Australia works closely with the Pacific on issues like fiscal reform and fiscal support. But then we think that the underpinning strength of our relationships is always our people-to-people connections. And sport is really, unequalled as a driver of that, especially when we're engaging with a group of countries with very young populations. And that's where enduring strength in our relationships come from. And it's benefited by this natural shared love that the Pacific and Australia have for sport in general and for this sport in particular. And it's very hard to quantify how important it is to the underpinning of our political and government relationships to have those broad-based community-to-community connections. And so that's why it might seem unusual for the Department of Foreign Affairs to be so passionate about a sports project, but we really appreciate what that does to the strength of the bilateral relationship and the regional relationship. And it's only with that platform that we can then pursue, I think, in positive ways, the very difficult conversations that are necessary nowadays in the world we live in about much harder issues like the security of our region.
Yeah, and Senator, of course, I think as it was said before, it'll be a long road, of course, because those challenges, including in Papua New Guinea, are really significant, and we have a number of programs seeking to address gender-based violence, women's gender issues across the board. But as a really important thread of having another avenue of education, women's participation, just a greater public presence, I think, is really important in that sporting side. I think another issue, as you're probably aware, in Papua New Guinea is women's participation in the politics of the country, and political representation is very low there as well. So the presence of women and leaders and speaking, those platforms are very important where they're not available elsewhere. And we would hope also that the Rugby League initiative will provide, again, a platform for not just educating young boys and girls, but also having a platform for people to be able to take leadership positions and speak about the issues more broadly, and it being a really important thread to complement the kinds of things that we are already doing through our internal security programs in issues like the Highlands, where we're supporting women that might be subject to gender-based violence through organisations that operate there, through to those issues of political participation and specific issues that impact women.
Sports diplomacy has been talked about a few times. Is this alliance a unique arrangement for Australia? Do you know?
The PNG Australia Alliance?
In terms of the NRL partnership
I would say yes and no. On the one hand, of course, it's the first time we've done a project at this scale, but we've always had sports diplomacy as a component of our work, and it has been growing a lot in the last 7 years across multiple sports, and I would expect a big investment as well in the lead up to the Brisbane Olympics to ensure that we support the Pacific to participate there as well. But at the same time, our cooperation, as Justin said, with the Pacific countries is quite comprehensive across a whole range of areas of shared priority.
Yeah, okay. Can you talk about what the PNG government has said to you about the importance of the NRL project a bit more fully?
I think for Prime Minister Marape, who is really the face and driving force of the project, it is, as I've described, nation building, and that is that he thinks of it in terms of what it can achieve for Papua New Guinea in terms of social cohesion and nation building. And then, of course, he sees the opportunity to strengthen Papua New Guinea's relationship with Australia and with the other countries that are participating in the Pathways program. And he understands that the region is a contested region and that these relationships are core to Papua New Guinea's future and its security.
Yeah. So it's far more than just a sports project, clearly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. This has come up a couple of times, and I think you have clarified it, but in terms of who it does and doesn't cover, I think what you said was that it applies to employment income from the PNG chiefs only, so not things like sponsorship, third-party agreements, etc. Is that right?
I assume it will depend, Senator, on how those things are structured, but it's income from the chiefs. So if the arrangement is not with the chiefs, then that income is not going to form part of it. Based on my understanding, please ask that of Treasury as well.
Okay, we will do that. And I think just finally, in terms of, again, Senator Little touched on this earlier, I wondered if you could talk us through the accountability and governance mechanisms that you have in place between yourselves and the ARLC in administering the arrangements. Yeah, just how does that work, and how do you monitor what's happening, etc.?
Yeah, there is a head agreement that ensures or states the commitments of the Australian government, the ARLC and the Papua New Guinea government towards three primary objectives, which were agreed to be the establishment of the chiefs with entry into the competition in 2028, the establishment of a women's team playing in a elite Australian competition, and the delivery of the Pathways program. And then there are legal agreements, particularly between ARLC and the Commonwealth, that outline the funding arrangements and the obligations, particularly on ARLC in relation to the funding. The funding is being dispersed incrementally, and so funding was released, for example, for franchise establishment, and then that all needs to be acquitted to us with proper independent financial statements before the next tranche of funding is moved out. The same thing with the Pathways Development Program. We require a very specific peer-reviewed design for a program of that complexity, which had to come through a technical committee in our department for approval, and then a preliminary funding agreement's been entered into for the first period of funding. That will need to be acquitted, and then we'll make further payments. So it's progressive, and then there is an evaluation framework, and there's progressive monitoring and reporting to us so that we can check that the milestones we've agreed are being met, Senator.
Mm-hmm. Senator, just to add, all of these agreements meet all of the department's usual standards for governance. So all of our fraud and corruption requirements, all of our safeguards, all of our child protection and other requirements have all been flowed through to the ARLC.
Okay. And how often do you meet? Is it
every week, and often...
Oh, weekly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's significant.
And often more.
Okay. Well, I guess it's a big undertaking.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. I think that's all from me.
Susan might have a couple, just very briefly.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry. Susan McDonald. Senator McDonald, over to you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for appearing to provide evidence today. I just want to return to this concept of income being generated from outside the rugby league, Australian Rugby League. I know that you recommended that we direct questions to Treasury later this afternoon, but can you just clarify again what your understanding of it is?
So, Senator, my understanding is that income earned from an employee of the Chiefs who's Australian would be exempt. So that's my understanding.
Fair enough. Okay, so if I look at Schedule 3, 0.20, although the income tax exemption applies retrospectively with effect from 1 July 2025, it is wholly beneficial to affected individuals as it ensures no income tax is paid on relevant income. So it's going to be that definition of relevant, whether or not the nexus is employment or contract from the club, or if it's going to be activities generated as a result of being a footballer with the Chiefs.
That sounds logical to me. I think what if it would help to illustrate, and there's definitely an area that Treasury will better unpack than we can. An example of what wouldn't be covered, as we've discussed over the course of the last few months, would be if one of the Chiefs players was, for example, recruited to play State of Origin. That wouldn't be seen as income earned from their position with the Chiefs. So that's one of the examples that's been given to us over the course of discussions.
Oh, right. That's interesting. Gosh, you'd hate to see people not choosing to play for Queensland, for example, if they're a terrifically good football player, if they're disadvantaged under that. All right.
Sorry, Senator, just to clarify, they wouldn't be disadvantaged vis-a-vis other.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I'm also a Queenslander, Senator, so I don't want that to get out.
All right. On a unity ticket there. Can I also just clarify around the retrospective element? How many people do you think that will affect? How many people are on the books currently that will be covered by this backdating to the 1st of July 2025?
I think we'd have to check with the Chiefs to give you an accurate answer, Senator McDonald. It's certainly well short of what the club will become, but I don't have an exact figure.
Very few, yes. Yeah. I think in terms of staff, that they've only got a handful still. They're growing sort of very quickly, but and as of 2025, they were very early in their establishment, but we can get you a number.
We could, yeah.
Yeah, on notice, that would be good. And can you also identify how many of them would be Australian tax residents versus PNG citizens or tax residents for the purposes of this? So back to these third-party payments, can you confirm that they are exempt under the PNG legislation, because there has been reporting that that's the case?
Senator, our understanding, this is definitely a matter for the PNG government and their Internal Revenue Commission, but our understanding on the reading of their legislation is that it's unlikely to be, that their legislation likewise refers to income earned from the PNG Chiefs. So
It will then come down to sort of tax experts defining that under the way PNG's law has been written. But as Pre said, it does refer to the exemption applying to income earned from the Chiefs as well.
Okay, so we might clarify that, because a central tenet of the deal has been that PNG and Australia would be equal partners in this arrangement, and the PNG Parliament's definition, I guess, will be relevant to the Australian definition, so that treatment is aligned. All right. Peter V'landys has said, was quoted in the Sydney Morning Herald in March of 2026, saying any revenue the players, earn, well, I shouldn't just say just the players, but any revenue they earn in PNG is tax-free. It is like you're doing a tax return in PNG, it's all tax-free. That was after the PNG legislation passed. So I think this is an important clarification. If you could take that on notice, and we will direct those questions to Treasury later this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And sorry, I was just going to add that I think there's also a level of function around the individual circumstances of each person that is why some of this is slightly more complicated. That's what we had understand from the ATO as well. It depends a bit how people have their kind of tax arrangements set up in Australia, because certainly in relation to our tax law, that matters. Of course, under PNG's arrangements, they'll be fulfilling tax residency requirements PNG has to qualify for PNG. So there's just I think the hesitation comes as well when we've spoken to the ATO from the fact that individual circumstances can impact this a little bit as well.
And Senator, that likewise applies to individuals in PNG. So the Internal Revenue Commission has said the same thing as our ATO, that individuals' financial arrangements will affect how the PNG legislation applies to them.
I assume you mean if they're receiving their income through a trust or a company structure.
The wide array of mechanisms that could apply, and we're definitely not tax experts and can't speak to that.
Very few people are these days, it seems. It's getting increasingly complex. Can I also ask you, with regard to payments that go to the development programs, I just want to clarify your understanding of whether or not the payments will be to Australian government officials, or it will be to genuine programs on the ground in Papua New Guinea.
Senator, are you asking about the portion of the 600 million that is development assistance? Was that what that?
Yes, thank you.
So that portion, which I think is it's a component of the pathway development program, so the regional program. It's around I'm quite sure it's 120 million of the 250 million that's been set aside for the pathway development program over 10 years. So that money can only be utilised to do that very community level, grassroots community sport work. And so that money will go from us to RLC, but then RLC will utilise that principally to work with NRL federations in the 4 countries to finance those community level activities, which will be a range of things, including junior tournaments. I think it's just to say that in the Pacific, unlike in Australia, sport is not as organised, particularly at the community level in the regional areas, and so this is a huge opportunity to really organise that pathway in a lot of detail. But yes, it'll principally be flowing through RLC and the federations, and then paying suppliers who are involved in those kinds of community activities.
So the other half of that 250 million, the 125 million, could you just sketch out how that will be?
So that money is then, as kids are coming more into the elite game, doing high performance, coming to play more international tournaments. So that's what we call the non-development assistance funding. So it's directed more to the elite opportunity, where of course there's personal benefits for those kids and clubs as well. Yeah.
Right. So and that's over the 10 years as well.
That's over the 10 years as well.
And that's evenly spread, $12.5 million per annum?
No, it doesn't need to be. It's flexible, Senator. So annual plans essentially need to be done, and country-level activity plans to define the profile of the spending. We have some limits based on how it's been appropriated to us, but it could. There's room for movement of funds in this project that would allow it to be a little more or a little less one year to the other. Yeah.
Okay. I've seen programs in recent years. So, for example, the live export shutdown in Western Australia, of the package, the $120-odd million that was spent there, a very material proportion ended up being spent back in government departments, studies, reviews, monitoring, and so actually the money that hit the ground to support farmers and abattoirs was significantly less than the money that was announced. I'm just trying to be very clear that of the total package and then the development packages, that we're not ending up with this actually being a way of funding foreign affairs in Australia or department programs in Australia, as opposed to hitting the ground where it's needed.
Yeah, understood. We would agree with that, and so would Chairman Vlandis and RLC Commission, that the money is there to develop the sport in the Pacific and our relationship with the Pacific. We have some minimum requirements around research and evaluation and tracking the money, of course, that creates some overhead costs, but it's quite minimal, and I'm quite confident saying that the vast majority of this money will be spent on the activities that you would expect, Senator, to be spent on. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, look, my observation is that the way that your department works in our near neighbours is incredibly effective. And I, think of some of the programs in Laos on, cattle herd management, improving the, lives and people in those communities, I think has been extraordinary. So, I think you're a department that has good experience in getting the money where it's needed for practical measures. So I hope that is the same with this program. And I don't have any further questions, Chair. Thanks again for your evidence today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes our questions for the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade officials. So we will suspend now for a break, and we'll come back at 11:05. Yeah, caught up 5 minutes of time. to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sky Capuccio, the Chief Executive Officer of COSBOA.
And Matthew Addison, the Chair of COSBOA.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. COSBOA is the peak national body representing small business in Australia. We speak on behalf of the roughly 2.7 million small businesses that make up around 97% of all Australian businesses. Businesses that employ more than 5 million Australians and contribute billions of dollars to our economy every year. COSBOA welcomes this bill. The permanent instant asset write-off, the loss carryback measure and the increased threshold for the small business CGT concessions all move in the right direction. But in each case, we believe the design falls short of what's genuinely needed to lift small business investment, resilience and productivity. On the instant asset write-off, we strongly welcome permanency. For years, small business owners have watched thresholds change, been dependent on annual announcements and often seen legislation passed at the last minute. That uncertainty has made it harder for small businesses to plan to invest in equipment and tools to drive business productivity. For many small businesses, that planning runway is critical, and with tight margins, the accessibility or otherwise of the instant asset write-off can be the determinant on whether the investment goes ahead. Whilst permanency is welcome, the $20,000 threshold is out of step with the real cost of the assets that truly improve small business productivity. $20,000 supports a new laptop, a new coffee machine, perhaps a trailer, but it falls far short of the new vehicle or equipment that enables a tradie to support an additional staff member, or the machinery upgrades that enable a small manufacturer to improve production times whilst reducing energy consumption. COSBOA has consistently called for a threshold of $150,000 indexed over time. Further, the simplified depreciation lockout should be permanently withdrawn. On loss carryback, the principle is sound, but the mechanism as drafted is built for companies with a turnover up to $1 billion. A genuinely small business needs a simple pathway with standardised calculations so the businesses this measure is meant to help aren't shut out by compliance complexity built for a different scale of enterprise entirely. Further, this should apply to small businesses operating through other structures, not privileging only those set up in a company structure. On the small business capital gains tax concessions, lifting the threshold for the 50% active asset concession is very welcome. There are approximately 180,000 small businesses in Australia with a turnover between 2 million and 10 million who are now clearly eligible for this concession. The $2 million threshold hasn't been indexed or updated in 19 years, and each year becomes more and more out of step with the contemporary reality of small business. Critically, it also acts as a deterrent for business growth beyond the eligibility threshold, particularly for businesses that are close to that threshold. Whilst increasing one threshold is welcome, leaving the framework otherwise untouched creates inconsistency and complexity in the tax system. It becomes yet another issue that small business advisors have to explain to confused small business clients. Further, it retains the business growth deterrent issue when we urgently need action to facilitate growth in small business productivity. We want to see all 4 of the small business CGT concessions aligned to the same $10 million turnover threshold already used elsewhere in the tax system. This not only provides a coherent framework, but contemporises the breadth of small business CGT concessions to remove barriers and disincentives to business growth. Thank you. Very happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. I will go first to Senator Chandler.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, COSBOA, for coming along today. I have a few questions on a couple of different topics, so we'll just launch right in and hopefully we'll get to the end. First of all, I understand COSBOA are welcoming the instant asset write-off becoming permanent, and I know that that has been coalition policy for a long time ahead of the budget announcement. What does having certainty around the instant asset write-off mean for Australian small business investment decisions?
I think it's critical because it enables small businesses to plan ahead. Even a $20,000 investment for a small business can be quite significant and something that you need to save for, or that you need to consider how you're going to access financing to fund. And so that planning runway for a small business is really, really critical. And the instant asset write-off and the impact that has on cash flow does actually, for some businesses, is actually the difference between whether or not they will go ahead with that investment or not. Having said all of that, $20,000 as a threshold is much too low for the sort of investments we really need to see small businesses making to actually drive the efficiency in how they work and the productivity of their business.
That goes very... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Senator, thank you. If I can just add to Sky's comments.
Please.
That certainty about the legislation and the certainty of the tax framework that a business is acting in, so they know it's 20,000, they know it's 20,000 this year, they know it's 20,000 next year. Our number is 150,000, but let's just assume the 20,000 number. It takes the gamble out. What we've had for a number of years is the law gets passed late June for that June 30. And we actually don't know whether the law is getting through or not. By making it permanent, it is a definite win to business and their advisors in being able to get the strategy right for their business investment.
Just on the threshold level and the 20,000 being too low, which was going to be my next question, so thanks for answering that preemptively. Are you concerned that at that 20,000 level that small businesses might reconsider investing in significant productive investments like IT infrastructure, commercial vehicles and machinery, because that 20,000 just isn't quite high enough to cover off on those sorts of investments?
Exactly. So the critical purpose of the instant asset write-off is to be driving small business investment in a way that drives small business productivity. With the threshold set at $20,000, we see small businesses investing in what are probably better categorised as tools, so tools to support their business. That's useful, but it's not as useful as something that actually allows you to invest in something that really will change the speed or the efficiency with which you are able to work, or which really does let your business grow. So I think the example of a tradie being able to invest in a new fully kitted out ute that lets them bring on another staff member is a really good example, because that's actually something that does enable the business to grow, but really can't be achieved with under $20,000.
Would $50,000 be better?
$50,000 is obviously better than $20,000, but I don't think goes quite as far as we really need it to in today's times.
Okay. I note you'd also prefer that high level of $150,000 plus indexation of that $150,000 over time. What are the risks you see if this measure that we're talking about today, the $20,000, is made permanent, but it's just set and forget and it's not constantly being revisited?
Clearly, if the bill as tabled is passed at the 20,000, we believe that is a win for small business. Making it permanent is a win for small business. We would advocate and ask this committee to seriously consider the economic benefit that will come out of raising that threshold.
Sure. In your submission, you've also raised concerns about the simplified depreciation lockout rule resuming on the 1st of July 2027. Can you walk me through those concerns coming from small business about the need to retain some flexibility in changing circumstances?
So for 15 years, that lockout rule has been deferred and pushed off, and it's pushed off annually. And so we would say if there's an integrity issue, it would have come up over the last few years. So the whole purpose of the lockout, the purpose of making the instant asset write-off permanent, gives us a certainty about our decisions. That lockout rule seems to be addressing an issue that is just not evident in Australia at this point in time. So it would make decision-making certainty also be improved and enhanced if we just take the lockout provision out of the regime.
Okay. I want to go to the loss carryback as well. You've raised concerns that the loss carryback provisions as presented in this bill are too complex for small businesses to be able to realistically use in practice. Can you again walk me through those concerns and your alternative safe harbour arrangements?
I'll draw the committee's attention to some of the submissions by some of the other parties that aren't appearing before you today. So both CPA and Chartered Accountants in particular have looked at that loss carryback and found some concerns about the current construct, that it may actually disadvantage a small business depending on how they claim the carryback loss. So I'll leave it to those submissions, and the committee could certainly reach out to either Chartered or CPA to follow those up. In terms of the mechanics for a small business, we're concerned at the way that it is framed. A small business with limited capacity to get great advice or good advice may actually make decisions that will cost them some of their losses. They will actually forfeit some of their losses because they fill in the forms the wrong way. So we would be asking Treasury, would be asking the ATO as the implementers, therefore we want it backed up by the legislation to make sure this is implemented in a very simple framework. Our early research says we do believe it can be achieved, but we want to make sure it's achieved in both the legislation, the explanatory memorandum, and the way it's implemented.
Would it be a fair assessment, given some of these concerns that you've raised then, that what the government has done here is design a tax policy that doesn't necessarily understand the realities of how small business operates?
The loss carryback as tabled certainly advantages those small businesses that trade and act in a company scenario. We are concerned, and we would ask the committee and government to think about applying the loss carryback provisions to the other entities. So be that sole traders, partners in a partnership, and for that matter, beneficiaries in a trust, all of which might have a loss year, all of which, through the lodgement of a simple loss carryback claim form, could have the 2027 loss tabled to claim a refund against their 2026 tax. It could be administratively simple. We don't quite understand why the bill and the policy as tabled has not extended to the other small businesses. 2.7 million small businesses in Australia, and I think the Treasury paper said 80,000 will benefit from the loss carryback. We'd like to see it extended.
Sure. Just to this broader issue then of engagement with the government around these changes, have you had any engagement from the Treasurer or Treasury on these concerns from small businesses on the measures within this bill?
We have spoken extensively about the CGT small business concessions, and we have, in the lead up to the budget, spoken a lot about instant asset write-off, but not since.
So nothing specific to this legislation then?
Well, some of those are covered here, but not specific to the legislation.
Okay. Has any form of engagement occurred formally since the Tax Reform No. 1 bill was passed?
No.
Okay. The government has consistently said that the measures presented in this bill effectively offset the impacts of the other budget measures, including those that were in Tax Reform No. 1. Do you consider that the measures in this bill, given that the issues we've gone over in the last 10 minutes or so, go in any way to offset the government's high taxes on small businesses?
Some of the measures in this bill are very much welcome with the conditions that we've already outlined. However, having said that, some of the other announcements that have come out of the budget are really problematic for small business. We haven't yet had a debate in Parliament about the impact of the minimum 30% taxation on discretionary trusts, but that's going to have a negative impact on hundreds of thousands of small businesses. In fact, our basic costings suggests that the restructure proposal that comes alongside that that. So the suggestion that many small businesses may be better off from a tax point of view in restructuring out of a discretionary trust into a company could in itself cost $3 to $10 billion for the small business community. So in that sense, that's a direct and very costly negative impact on small business that isn't fully offset by any of these changes.
Sure. So I think you've probably answered my next question, but on balance, we're saying that what is in this bill doesn't go anywhere near to offsetting the detriment that the small business community is seeing elsewhere through these changes.
The consequences to small business of implementing the changes of this bill, the previous number one legislation that's through, and the proposed announcements out of the budget for proposed measures that are not yet before us, we are really, really concerned at the cost of implementation and the cost of adoption to small business. Right at the moment, the measures before you in this bill do not offset the costs that we are seeing.
Sorry. Yeah, sure. Are you aware of any progress that has been made of those outstanding budget measures, particularly the trusts issue that you just raised, that might assist in assessing this bill within its full budgetary context?
So Treasury currently has a consultation paper out about the minimum 30% taxation of discretionary trusts. That consultation closes on the 31st of July, and we understand there will be further discussion after that.
What consultation have they undertaken with Coswell specifically?
We have had one conversation with Treasury about it and a number of conversations with the Treasurer's office about that, and we are participating in the formal consultation process, and we'll put in a submission to that.
Okay. In your submission on this bill, you continue to raise, and I think you've raised in testimony this morning as well, that the small business CGT concessions no longer reflect contemporary business realities, and that you are still concerned about the small businesses that will be negatively impacted by the removal of the 50% CGT discount. I mean, it seems to me that the government doesn't really understand how small businesses operate, the pressures that they're facing, and that they are continuing to sort of scramble to cover up these badly designed high taxes that they've introduced. Would that be a fair assessment? Am I reading between the lines too much?
Our key concern about the changes to the small business capital gains tax concessions is that the eligibility threshold has been lifted for one of four concessions. Now, lifting that one does take away some of the negative impact of the broader change to how the capital gains tax discount is calculated. But what it doesn't do is recognise the fact that those small business CGT concessions, the thresholds for those haven't been updated or indexed in nearly 20 years. So we're not contemporising, we're not matching to the reality of current small businesses.
Yeah, they're just tinkering around the edges.
Well, it is an important change, so lifting to that 10 million threshold is definitely welcome, and it will make a significant difference. But in lifting only one and not the other three, we do keep in place that incentive or that disincentive to grow. So if you're a small business and you're turning over, 2.5 million, and maybe you're trying to grow, but you're getting close to retirement, there's actually now incentive, and there previously was as well, incentive built into the system to turn over a bit less, to be a bit smaller, because your capital gains treatment will be preferable.
Yeah. That's all from me, Chair. You've been very generous with your block size. Thank you.
No worries, thank you. I am now going to go to Senator O'Neill, who I think is online. Senator O'Neill? She might be having some technical difficulties. She's not there. Okay, well, I will kick off then. Can you just, in terms of, you've talked in your testimony with Senator Chandler, and I think in your opening statement that whilst the that the instant... Oh, sorry, is that Senator O'Neill?
It is. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, go again.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Good morning, Ms. Cappuccio, Ms. Addison. Thank you very much for your evidence this morning. Can you hear me properly now?
Yeah, that's a bit better. Yep.
Excellent. Okay. So could you confirm your earlier evidence that every single one of Australia's 2.7 million active small businesses, as a consequence of this legislation, will now be eligible for the instant asset write-off and loss carryback? Is that the case?
I think they're two separate questions. So if we define a small business as a small business as an entity that turns over less than 10 million, they will be eligible for the instant asset write-off if they are buying if they are purchasing an eligible asset. But the loss carryback relies on them being set up in a company structure, and many, as in hundreds of thousands of small businesses, are set up as discretionary trusts. Even more of them are set up.
We'll get back to the loss carryback, but let's just start with the instant asset write-off, because I recall the last time Mr. Addison was giving evidence, there was a little uncertainty about exactly what information was flowing to the small business sector. So for people who are interested, as Mr. Addison said in his commentary, $20,000 is quite a significant investment for many, many small businesses. And I just want to confirm the figure that 2.7 million active small businesses will be eligible for that instant asset write-off if they invest in the terms that are accorded to that program.
Thanks for the question, Senator, and thanks for clarifying. The 2.7 million number is a definition of small business. I'm not sure that 2.7 million is the current number attached to those below the $10 million turnover threshold. So I am unable to confirm exactly what the number is, but the $20,000 instant asset write-off is certainly welcome, but we'll restate that COSBOA's view is that threshold should be higher.
Thank you for your submission. Everybody always asks for a higher number, but let's make sure that we get a sense of how significant this is. Because we haven't always had certainty around this, perhaps you've been involved with the sector as long as I have, Mr. Addison, and it is the fact, despite submissions by colleagues here this morning, that the Liberal National Party are champions of small business. The previous Labor government, it was a previous Labor government that created a $6,500 permanent instant asset write-off and a similar loss carryback, which was repealed by Mr. Abbott in the Liberal National Party government and left a $1,000 deduction instead of a $6,500 deduction and no loss carryback. So when that occurred, you can imagine there was some impact. What happened to small businesses when the Abbott government repealed that permanent instant asset write-off and the loss carryback scheme in 2014?
Thanks, Senator. And yes, you're right, I have been around too long, so I have lived through some of these eras. What this year-to-year legislation has done over the different eras does make the uncertainty, make it harder for small business to make those investment decisions. So I'll leave it at that point, Senator, but making it permanent gives us a win, gives us some certainty, allows us to make decisions that cross over a financial year, and we welcome this government's move to making it permanent.
Thank you. And as you said, Mr. Addison, $20,000 is nothing to be sneezed at. You know, every Australian who is investing in their small business wouldn't make a decision lightly about $20,000, no matter how big or small their business is. For some people, this is a very significant investment. Could you perhaps expand on the language of Ms. Cappuccio, which is around a planning runway? This is sort of new terminology she's used a couple of times here. Why is a $20,000 instant asset write-off an important part of planning for small businesses?
One of the issues that comes into a small business investment decision, or looking at the slightly larger equipment that my colleague has referred to, is that it's not all made within one financial year. It may trip over the 30 June. So an order for a $100,000 piece of equipment might be placed in April or May, but not be installed and ready for use by 30 June, despite having deposits paid, maybe in some cases having the full amount paid, but the equipment isn't delivered and installed to a later date. So that planning runway, if we could make it permanent, as you've done for 20,000, but if we could make it permanent for a higher number, small business can invest in energy appropriate equipment. They can invest in productivity enhancing equipment of a larger sum, and that would be good for their own business, but it would also be good for the businesses they have purchased from, creating more economic viability for the Australian business economy.
I'm thinking about an example that's in the papers from the Australian Taxation Office in their efforts to communicate this improvements to small business in Australia's economy. And it's the purchase of a bucket, which is a vital piece of equipment for earth-moving industries. It might not be enough to buy a brand new machine, but it is certainly an important part of the productivity of a business to be able to purchase a bucket under $20,000 at the right size for the job that's at hand. So that's a perfect example, in my view, in a very practical way, of where you might plan for a replacement of an old bucket, improvement of your activity by a $20,000 asset write-off that can be planned for. Does that accord with your understanding? And that's just one sector for.
Again, Senator, we welcome the $20,000 limit. We welcome that being made permanent. Our position remains, our members tell us, the environment tells us a higher threshold would add greater value.
Would always be welcome, I'm sure, but $20,000, nothing to be sneezed at. Can I just go back to the 2.7 million number of small businesses? My understanding is that is the number from Ms Capuccio's opening statement, and that would cover off 97% of all businesses that are now eligible for the 50% capital gains tax active asset reduction. Is that your understanding, Mr Aston?
Sky, do you want
yes, that is my understanding. As I said, I think the 2.7 million might be a rounded up figure. I think it might be 100,000 or 200,000 off, but in a general sense, that is the case.
2.7 million, I believe, Ms Capuccio, is the Australian Bureau of Statistics data on active small businesses below $10 million. So we would generally accord that a high degree of confidence that such a number. And I'm sure you use it yourself for your own organisation.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Senator O'Neill, are you finished?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that brings my questions to a close. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Little is next.
Thank you. Just wanting to pick up the references to 2.7 million small businesses. We know that's a number that we hear, but I understand that not all small businesses are eligible, only those who are incorporated. Is that your understanding? And
in the
who else
loss
is
carryback,
ineligible?
for the loss carryback provision, correct.
Right. Okay. Can I ask, we've seen in the news a fair bit lately, this is, we've heard about the benefits about cash flow. What potential is there when businesses are going broke at record levels for this to actually result in improved productivity, and how indexation would actually assist them given the inflationary issues that we've seen that are impacting business as well?
Do you want to have a shot? Senator, I think you're referring to the general economic environment for small business at the moment, which all our information is, it is extremely tough. I think there's a recent New South Wales report that talks about the number of small businesses that are closing each week. I think it was 14 small businesses. I'm going to say per week. I think it actually said per day. It is really tough out there. There's cafes closing, there's restaurants closing, there's builders saying, I'm not going to do this anymore. It is a very tough environment. And so anything that we can do to incentivise or encourage small business to stay in business, and loss carryback might contribute to some of that. The instant asset write-off means you get a deduction this year, not over the next 5 years, so it makes it easier to invest in that new equipment. It is a very tough environment out there, and we're hearing it across the board.
So small businesses are made up of a diversity of people who operate in a diversity of sectors. On your read of these changes, are there some sectors that are going to be able to benefit more than others and some who will just be not able to engage in this?
A lot of small businesses are service providers and they don't have a lot of equipment. So the instant asset write-off might be a win, but they will not be significantly enhanced by it because they're not spending even $5,000, let alone $20,000, let alone our large number. So those service providers that are a significant portion of small business in Australia, they're not seeing it. Again, those service providers, what our perspectives report from last year said is a lot of small business, 60% weren't even able to pay themselves every week or every fortnight. That same proportion of small business were telling them they would certainly not earn minimum wage. So it is really, again, I come back to, we are hearing it's a tough environment, despite that being last year's perspectives report. Just to get it on the record, we've just released this year's perspectives report, which is about regional Australia small businesses, and that indicates the same sort of very tough environment.
So the actual cost of running a business and the regulatory requirements that businesses are finding making it even tougher. I want to go to the things that people are focused on right now, one of them being engagement in artificial intelligence and what that can mean for their businesses, but also cybersecurity and technology, which you mentioned earlier. I want you to give me a sense of, if the instant asset write-off is sitting at $20,000, how much would that assist businesses? Do you have an idea about what the minimum amount a business would need, that is, as you mentioned before, it has to be incorporated, would need to even start participating in purchasing those things that would allow them to take advantage of those things they're being told are needed now?
I could give you an off-the-top-of-the-head answer, Senator. I think we'd prefer to take that away and see whether we can get you some credible evidence, so if we can take that on notice.
Right, thank you. Given your concerns about the effectiveness of the loss carryback position, would you prefer the loss carryback be scaled back and the instant asset write-off expanded to provide more benefit to more businesses?
I don't think that would be a suggestion that we would be making. We would like to see the loss carryback mechanism expanded to capture all small businesses, not just those that are set up as a company structure. And we would like to see the instant asset write-off threshold increased. Both of those, but particularly the instant asset write-off, are productivity measures, so that they may have some immediate revenue costs to the government, but they do drive productivity. And the Productivity Commission has done some work that shows what increasing the instant asset write-off to $150,000 would do, and they clearly demonstrate that it will grow GDP.
So just to clarify, I meant scale back from $1 billion turnover.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were suggesting we trade one to the other. I think our preference would be that we try and get the mechanism with the established thresholds set up so that it benefits as many small businesses as possible, rather than limiting the number of businesses that it would benefit.
So I know you represent a huge number of businesses. You were doing a fair bit of work prior to the budget. You would have been meeting with the government as well as other members of Parliament. Were you disappointed when you saw what was actually on offer in this so-called tax reform, that I'm assuming you weren't advocating for 20,000 in the instant asset write-off or some of the things that are actually in this current legislation.
We were pleased and welcomed some of the measures, including some of the commitments about reducing red tape and definitely the permanency of the instant asset write-off. You're very correct that we are disappointed at the threshold was remained at $20,000. It really does need to be higher, and we hear that from small businesses regularly. We were particularly concerned about the capital gains tax changes that have now passed Parliament, and we remain very concerned about the 30% minimum tax on discretionary trusts, because that is going to have a direct and negative impact on hundreds of thousands of small businesses.
Thank you. On final, thank you, Susan.
Okay, we're running short of time now, but I'll go to Senator McDonald next. Thank you, Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I think this is an incredibly important topic given the proportion of Australian workers who are employed by small businesses who get a start with apprenticeships and every other thing. Can I just clarify then, despite some suggestion previously that while there may be 2.7 million small businesses, it is the 85,000 that we're really discussing today. If you could clarify that, and then I would like to ask you about what is the environment that is contributing to small businesses doing it so tough. I mean, some of that data you just provided about some small business operators not being able to pay themselves a wage, is pretty shocking.
Thanks, Senator. The 85,000 is the number of small businesses trading through companies that Treasury, I believe, has stated will be eligible for the loss carryback provisions. The other provisions, such as the instant asset write-off, will apply to all those businesses below the $10 million turnover threshold. The other provisions of the budget, like the CGT provisions below $10 million, is great, but the other things like the trusts applies to potentially all those businesses operating through trusts, which is over 300,000, I believe.
Could you speak to the economic climate that is, providing this environment that small businesses are doing it so tough?
I think as a good way to segue to a report we released just last week, which really focused on regional small businesses, 90% of those who were involved in that survey work told us that the costs of doing business had increased in the last year, and our research the year before suggested the costs of doing business had increased in the year before that. Particularly what they're talking about are costs of energy, costs of insurance, and cost of wages going up, and that's really significant. There are also 75% of survey respondents, and there were 600 of them in that survey, also talked about diminishing profits. So their profit margin has reduced this year, and again, a survey from the previous year suggested a really similar picture. So we are seeing year-on-year increases in costs of doing business and year-on-year decreases in profit margins. The things that are driving that are diverse and cumulative, but we definitely need to be looking at some of those spaces, like making sure we don't see any further increase in insurance costs for small business, that we don't see further increase in energy costs for small business, and that we do, in decisions around wages, etc., we do clearly consider the impact on the viability of small business when those decisions are being made.
So today, I'm in Townsville. Today we hear that North Queensland farmers are not receiving more than the cost of production for tomatoes, for eggplants, for basic food that we want to keep on the shelves in Australia. They're quoting costs of transport, fuel, fertiliser, insurance, electricity, some of the things you've mentioned. I mean, I think the idea that $20,000 is something not to be sneezed at is so fundamentally offensive to small businesses who carry Australia and Australian businesses, Australian food production, Australian employment, that I'm shocked. It's 7 years since I ran a small business. I ran butcher shops. $20,000 would barely cover a workplace safe bandsaw, much less anything that would actually grow the business. What sort of, you've given the example of being able to buy a new motor vehicle, something that you could employ another staff member. You know, do you want to expand a bit on what it is that grows businesses, that secures businesses, and of course secures Australians' employment in those businesses?
I think, Senator, drawing on, in regard to the instant asset write-off and drawing on the agricultural food production examples that you just provided, some of the opportunities that an increased threshold for instant asset write-off would enable would be upgrading of your grading equipment for processing food, which might enable you to bring on an extra 1 or 2 staff members to participate in that production, or it may enable you to speed up the way you move through the production. There's also obviously a range of equipment in the picking of certain produce on farms that if you upgraded, you can pick and bring that food into the packing sheds much more quickly. So there's a breadth of examples. They are often very industry specific, but when you look across most industries, there are examples where to really invest in a way that drives productivity of the business, you need to be investing and able to spend more than $20,000.
Do you feel that the Australian government is attuned to the interests and concerns of Australian small businesses?
I think that's a challenging question. I think some of these measures do respond to things that we have asked for, like making the instant asset write-off permanent. I think some of the other changes we saw announced in the budget, and I do again go back to the minimum 30% tax on discretionary trusts, it's going to have a huge and very negative impact on hundreds of thousands of small family businesses. And certainly those businesses do not feel like their concerns are being heard or heeded.
Do you feel like you're being asked to thank the government for throwing crumbs at your feet rather than supporting small businesses genuinely in a way that allows them not only to survive but to thrive and potentially grow?
Definitely think it's fair to say that we would like to see more support for small business that is directed at supporting them to thrive. A lot of small businesses at the moment they're resilient, they're adapting, but they're adapting in a way that is based around survival. They're not adapting in a way to grow and thrive because the underlying policy conditions are just not there to support that. So we would strongly welcome more support across a range of domains that really supports small business to get back into that space where they have that confidence to invest and grow.
We had some reflections on earlier governments and their treatment of instant asset write-offs during COVID, which was not a dissimilar shock to the economy than we're seeing now with the significant increases to fuel and transport costs. Instant asset write-offs were initially increased to $150,000 and then unlimited. How would you compare a $20,000 instant asset write-off threshold?
Clearly, during COVID, a threshold was set. The $150,000 was very welcome at the time, and that, I suppose, has set not just an expectation, but it was realistic at the time. We believe it's realistic now.
All right. In its totality, do you think this budget does harm to small business?
There are measures and commitments made by this government in the budget that show some promising signs, but as we have both mentioned to this committee, there are concerns about the consequence of both the capital gains tax measures and the trust measures in particular that are yet to be seen, and we really hope can be brought in a way that will improve the economy and not hurt it.
All right. Look, Chair, I'll leave it with this final observation that in my experience running a small business, butcher shops, $20,000 is an insult to small businesses, and the lack of understanding of how small businesses operate in this country, as evidenced by this budget, is truly breathtaking. I feel sick listening to this evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I understand, Senator O'Neill, you have one more follow-up question. If you could be as efficient as possible so that we can get to our next witness. Thank you.
If you could indulge me, I actually have two. So let's just go to, the small business issue on loss carryback. I think it's an extraordinary proposition that comparing the moment as we're moving freely around the country here, it should be dealt with in the same way as the COVID crisis that the country faced. I want to just clarify, though, and get on the record from Mr Addison, the loss carryback scheme that has just been spoken about by Senator McDonald there was temporary in nature, implemented in that COVID era. Now, let's be clear, was that exclusively for corporate entities, which is the 85,000 number that Senator McDonald referred to? Is that correct?
The 85,000 number is the number that's on the table at the moment for who will be impacted by the proposed measure. I am unable to talk to how many businesses or which businesses were eligible during the COVID era. I would have to take that on notice to confirm, Senator.
So that would be great if you can take it on notice to get the exact number, but we are talking about the same structural element of the economy. So the corporate entities were the entities that received the loss carryback under the previous Liberal National Party under Mr Morrison. That is correct.
It sounds right, Senator, but I will take it on notice, and it would appear to be what has been replicated in the provisions brought before us. As I mentioned before...
And that was temporary in nature under Mr Morrison.
Understand.
That is not the case in this legislation, is that correct?
It was for the time, so yes, it was temporary legislation.
And what is it now?
To your point, Senator, yes, it is being tabled as permanent.
And that assists in planning and productivity for businesses, clearly. So just to the point of the 85,000, that is what's being referred to, the corporate entities. If I can go once again to clarify finally, there are 2.7 million businesses in Australia under the 10 billion threshold, according to ABS statistics, that will benefit from the instant asset write-off. Is that correct? 2.7 million small businesses.
I don't have the ABS number sitting in front of me, Senator, but I'm quite prepared to rely on your narrative around that's the number that comes from ABS. If that's the number below 10 million, then they will be eligible. Thank you.
And can I clarify also further that the $20,000 instant asset write-off will be made permanent, and that it is not a single opportunity for businesses, but rather the opportunity for businesses to purchase multiple productivity enhancing items. Perhaps they might decide to undertake the purchase of 9 buckets, if we use my original example, or 9 IT improvements to their businesses at $20,000 a pop, every opportunity. So there is a not capped number of opportunities for access to the $20,000 instant asset write-off. Can you clarify your understanding, please, Mr Addison?
I think you've represented that rather well, Senator. It is $20,000 per asset, so a small business could do that for multiple assets. There is some complexity between what is considered a separate asset, but your narrative is correct, Senator.
So that is a very important distinction with regard to numbers there. Now, the other number I want to go to, if I can, last question, Chair, is given that there are 2.7...
This has to be your last.
Yes, there's 2.7 million businesses. Could you once again state the sample size of your recent report into small business? How many businesses of those 2.7 million did you acquire information from?
The report that we were referring to was particularly focused on small businesses in regional areas, and there was around just under 600 who participated in that. I would say that the results from that are very similar to a similar sized survey that we did the year before, and also there's a lot of alignment in the results that we found, and there was some results that the ABS has recently published on business confidence.
Thank you very much. 600 of 2.7 million. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Senator O'Neill, and that concludes our questions for representatives of COSBOA. So thank you for joining us today. I will now welcome representatives from the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So we'll just suspend for a short moment to allow them to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator.
All right, we're good to go now. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Dr. Jodie Trembath from the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Director of Skills, Employment and Small Business.
And Peter Grist, also from the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Chief Economist.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Dr. Jodie Trembath, and I am Director of Employment, Skills and Small Business at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Joining me is Peter Grist, ACCI's Chief Economist. ACCI is Australia's largest and most representative business network, representing businesses of all sizes across every industry and region through our member chambers of commerce and industry associations. We support both measures contained in this bill and appreciate the opportunity to contribute to the committee's consideration of them. I'll make some brief remarks on Schedule 2, which makes the instant asset write-off permanent, before handing to Peter to discuss the loss carryback provisions and ACCI's broader views on the business tax environment. First of all, ACCI supports Schedule 2 of the bill. The most important feature of this measure is certainty. For too many years, small businesses have been forced to wait for annual budget announcements and legislative extensions before knowing whether the instant asset write-off would continue. Making the measure permanent removes that uncertainty and allows businesses to make investment decisions with greater confidence. This particularly matters at a time when many businesses are facing higher operating costs, weaker margins, and ongoing economic uncertainty. In our forthcoming Small Business Conditions Survey, 30% of small business owners had reduced investment in tools, machinery or equipment over the last 12 months as a means to manage the challenging economic environment. And thus we support measures that help to ease that burden on SMEs who are doing it tough. However, while ACCI supports the measure, we continue to believe the $20,000 threshold is too low and should be increased to at least $50,000. Through our members, we consistently hear that the types of assets that genuinely improve productivity often cost well above the current threshold. Member evidence from the surveying industry, for example, points to the importance of specialised equipment that underpins the entire construction industry. No housing development, road project, or major piece of infrastructure can proceed without accurate surveying. But surveyors have told us that the cost of this equipment has risen significantly in recent years, with many of the devices that they use now costing between $40,000 and $50,000. Examples like this show why ACCI holds the long-standing view that a higher threshold would better reflect the realities of modern business investment and deliver stronger productivity benefits. It's worth noting that this measure is ultimately budget neutral. It brings forward the depreciation that businesses are legitimately allowed to claim, allowing them access to increased cash flow. And that is why we welcome the certainty provided by Schedule 2 and support its passage. And I'll now hand over to Peter to discuss the loss carryback provisions and Schedule 1 of the bill.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. ACCI welcomed the loss carryback tax offset being introduced as a permanent measure for businesses with a turnover of less than $1 billion. We note the Board of Taxation review into small business tax concessions in 2019 recommended introducing the loss carryback offset as a permanent measure, as well as providing essential support for business impacted by COVID during the 2020-2023 period. It's equally important in the current uncertain economic environment created by the fuel crisis. The cost of doing business has been mounting over the past year, with the economy facing capacity constraints and rising inflation. These pressures have since been exacerbated by the hostilities in Iran, disrupting supply chains and greatly increasing prices. Businesses continue to face significant cost pressures and uncertainty from these external forces. ACCI's recent business surveys have indicated many firms are experiencing declining profitability and cash flow pressures, particularly small businesses. The loss carryback offset provides an important safety net for businesses experiencing a temporary disruption. In allowing businesses to offset the current year's losses against tax paid on income from previous years, this provides vital cash flow injection when it is critically needed. For businesses impacted by the current fuel supply crisis, the loss carryback offset will assist them recover more quickly. However, we note the loss carryback does not commence until 2027-28, when the impact of the fuel crisis is likely to have eased. Therefore, we request consideration be given to commencing the loss carryback in 2026-27 financial year. Ongoing, the loss carryback tax offset will assist businesses' growth, encourage a business to take risks and make new investments, even when it may mean a temporary period of losses, such as when a business is shut down to upgrade or refurbish its operations or install new equipment. ACCI support the reintroduction of the loss carryback tax offset and the instant asset write-off as permanent measures to support businesses' cash flow at times of temporary disruption to their operations and to provide greater certainty for small business investment. However, the measures do not offset the consequences of the government's broader capital gains tax and minimum tax on discretionary trust changes. The capital gains tax changes impose a higher tax burden on starting, growing, restructuring and selling a business. Similarly, the proposed minimum tax on discretionary trusts is not appropriately targeted and imposes a higher tax and higher compliance costs and significant restructuring costs on many small and family businesses that use trusts for legitimate reasons. While the measures in the bill will assist cash flow and provide some certainty for investment by small businesses, they are not a substitute for fixing the wider problem created by the capital gains tax and minimum tax on discretionary trust changes. The tax system should not penalise productive, risk-taking investment in Australian businesses and then attempt to manage the damage through narrow carve-outs or partial offsets. We welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to Senator Chandler to kick us off.
Thank you very much, Chair. What does the policy certainty around the permanence of the instant asset write-off mean for your members and for Australian business investment?
It's incredibly critical, Senator, because for a lot of our members and the kinds of stories that we're hearing, particularly around small businesses, particularly the permanence level, when they have been making decisions about investments over the recent years, they've been putting off those investments from what we've been hearing because they haven't been sure whether or not if they made that investment that it was going to pass in legislation in time for them to make that instant depreciation. So that certainty matters for members enormously. And the kind of cash flow timing that this also allows for. So small businesses are in a really tough spot right now, and we've been listening just previously to Cosboa talking about the same thing. Absolutely echo those comments. It's a really difficult time. The instant asset write-off just brings forward the depreciation that they would have done anyway over forthcoming years. And so this allows for a greater sense of investment. Businesses want to be successful. It's exactly why they're doing what they do. And so the opportunity to grow through measures like the instant asset write-off are really important. And obviously the extension of that threshold would make even more of a difference.
Sure. So let's talk about the threshold. It's your view that $20,000 is welcome but not enough?
It is.
Yeah. So can you run through for the committee some of the examples that your members might be presenting to you around why that level is too low, what a more appropriate level might be?
Yes. So we are advocating for at least $50,000 as the threshold. And the reason for that is that we are aware of the fiscal environment. We know that every cent counts right now. That said, $20,000 is something that the tax, what's the name of the report, sorry?
The review of small business tax concessions by the Board of Taxation.
Yeah, so they actually recommended 20,000 in 2019.
25.
And so, sorry, they recommended 25. So they recommended that extension beyond the 20,000 in 2019, which was obviously before COVID and before the experiences that we're currently having in the economic environment. The examples that we're hearing from members often sit around that 40 to 50,000 mark, although we've had other members talking about more like 150,000. A good example is came from a manufacturing firm recently. So it's a small manufacturing firm. It's making about 1 to 2 million a year. It's got around 5 employees regularly. And what they were saying was that the kind of investment that they would need to make in order to create productivity measures would actually be between 40 and 48,000 specifically. And so they're not able to use the instant asset write-off for that. And given that they are small, given that they're struggling, it's just not the right time for them to make investments, which productivity is what we're all aiming for right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that evidence is quite similar to what we're hearing from COSBOA, which seems to be that, 20,000 is great, but it doesn't enable you to invest in the sort of transformative type of asset that might actually change how you do business in a more efficient and productive way. Would that be your assessment?
Absolutely. There are pieces of equipment and systems that are just part of the ordinary task of doing business that are coming up to that 48 to 50. So the surveyor's example, a lot of that equipment is just standard business equipment that they have been using for a long time. It's just that because of the rising cost of business, those items have increased in cost significantly. Yeah. So yes, there is both the ordinary costs and the transformative costs that are sitting higher than that threshold now.
And that was going to be my next question, I guess, is the difference between 2019, 2020 and now that businesses need to be buying different kinds of assets to have that productivity gain, or is it that the assets that they need to buy are just more expensive because everything is more expensive, or is it a combination of column A and column B?
It's a combination of column A, column B and column C. The column C is that new circumstances are being introduced that are creating the need to change the equipment over. So, for example, going back to the surveyors, some of the equipment that they were using was on the 3G network and it was no longer usable for them. So everybody across surveying had to update their surveying equipment because of that change, which was obviously a necessary change. But, when things like that happen, it's a huge impost on businesses.
Yeah. Is that the sort of asset investment that we should be really using the instant asset write-off for, though?
They certainly did use the instant asset write-off for that. So at that point, that was 2024, I think, and at that point, those pieces of equipment were costing around $15,000, and so they were definitely using for that purpose. But as you say, if we're wanting productivity, if we want that to be the goal of the instant asset write-off, then you're right, it's going to need to be higher.
Yeah. My understanding is AXI are also advocating for the business turnover threshold to be increased to $50 million from $10 million. What are the risks of excluding medium-sized businesses from these measures on top of the higher taxes that have been imposed under the other budget measures?
Take it.
Yeah. So medium-sized businesses are just as deserving, we believe, because they are facing similar circumstances. We've had a long ongoing discussion about the definition of small business and what the threshold should be. We believe that a $50 million threshold better represents those smaller developing businesses that need this level of support, and instant asset write-off will equally assist them to purchase new equipment to help them grow their business and become more productive.
Just on broader engagement around these reforms, what engagement have you had from the Treasurer or Treasury in relation to the concerns that you've raised here today on the measures presented in this bill?
We've had some general discussions with Treasury on the whole tax package. As you can probably understand, most of our concerns have been around the capital gains tax and the minimum tax on discretionary trusts, and so that's been a lot of the focus of our conversations. However, as we're mentioning here today, we are very supportive of the making permanent the instant asset write-off and the loss carryback measure.
Have you had any engagement with the Treasurer's office or with Treasury since the number 1 bill passed?
Not that I'm aware of, no. We spoke to them a number of times soon after the budget announcements.
Okay. The government has consistently said that the measures presented in this bill effectively offset the impacts of the other budget measures, including those contained within the number 1 bill. Do you consider that the measures in this bill, with the issues that we've discussed here today, go anywhere near offsetting the government's high taxes?
Definitely not. We've been very concerned about the impact of the capital gains tax changes on small business. It takes away the incentive for small businesses to, people to actually invest in small businesses or businesses in general, and to be able to grow their business. And because there's a much lesser return when they sell their business at the end, or they move into retirement. So we sort of feel the impact of that is going to slow business development. We're also concerned about the minimum tax on discretionary trusts. That's going to have quite a significant impact on small businesses that operate as trusts. And from our estimates, there's well over 200,000 small businesses that operate as trusts. So we are concerned that that's going to have a significant increase in the tax that they have to pay. There's also going to be a whole range of additional costs if they are forced to restructure into a corporate structure. So we're very concerned about that. The instant asset write-off and the loss carryback measure will assist with cash flow today, but ultimately the benefit for small business, like with the loss carryback, it enables them to increase the cash available to them today because of profit or taxes that they paid on profits in earlier years, but they would have been able to, under the existing system, they would have been able to recover those losses in future years. So it's a benefit to cash flow, but ultimately it's a relatively neutral benefit to them. And similar with the instant asset write-off, it's a relatively neutral benefit because you were able to depreciate the asset over a period. For a $20,000 asset, it's probably a 3 to 5 year period. Now, if under the instant asset write-off, you're able to depreciate in the current year.
Yeah.
Senator Chandler, I'm going to have to rotate shortly if you can wind it up.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'll just ask one more question. So obviously further legislation is required to give effect to the outstanding budget measures that you've touched upon, the discretionary trusts issue, start-up carve-outs. Are you aware of any progress that has been made within government on those changes? Have you been consulted with by government about what those changes might look like, how they will potentially impact your members? And can you provide any of that information to this committee that might assist us in assessing this bill that we're talking about today in its full context?
Sorry, are you talking about the innovative business CGT concessions or...
sorry, so the prospective parts of the tax changes, so the discretionary trusts element, all of this stuff that is sort of still future-looking, you've obviously, you and your members are concerned about it. Have you had any engagement with government at this point around what that might end up looking like?
Well, we're definitely engaging in the consultation that the government's doing on the minimum tax on discretionary trusts. We've been working with our members on a submission. We have had some discussion with Treasury on it, and we're expecting opportunity for further discussions with them on it as well. But there's been no indication at this stage of any concessions being put forward on that measure.
So it would be fair to say, in your assessment, that the budget measures in their totality will have a negative impact on Australian businesses?
Yes, they definitely will. And you've only got to look at the amount that the government's expecting to raise from these measures. The minimum tax on discretionary trust in its first year is expected to raise $4.5 billion in revenue and $40 billion over the next 10 years. So that's going to have quite a substantial impact on businesses, because that's potentially $40 billion that they don't have to invest back in their business.
Ripping straight out.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Little next.
I know that this isn't your submission, but it is one, I think, given the housing issue that dominates for most Australians at the moment. The Housing Industry Association talks about the 20,000 threshold being not stretching very far, and it's given a list of examples of the things that it needs for its tradies and its businesses to build houses that are unlikely to be covered by the 20,000 threshold. It talks about trailers, site equipment, power tools, specialised machinery, workshop equipment, even before you get to information technology and software hardware in terms of keeping up with regulation. Can you tell me, based on the totality of the reforms we're seeing, which businesses are going to be affected most, based on conversations you've had with your members, given the Housing Industry Association is quite clear that although they welcome some of this, it goes nowhere near enough when you take into account what the government has done to them in the recent reforms?
Yes, well, definitely. In terms of the capital gains tax changes, we know that some of the biggest impacts are going to be on the construction sector, on the finance sector, on the rental, hiring and real estate sector, and even to a lesser extent on retail and accommodation, food services sectors. So. It is going to have broad impacts across industry, but they're some of the industries most likely to be affected. And that example of the construction sector, where the instant asset write-off threshold is far too small to support investment, but the impact of the capital gains tax changes is going to significantly reduce their incentive to invest in their business and to grow their business. If you're not getting a return for the risk that you take in investing in your business, why invest?
Might I add to that? We're also particularly concerned about the manufacturing industry. So really any industry that's capital intensive is at is going to be challenged to have the 20,000 instant asset write-off threshold be relevant for them. And given that we do have a impetus towards a future made in Australia, for the manufacturing industry to not be able to use this measure effectively is a wasted opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Now, you mentioned the benefits of certainty. I also want to ask whether you would surmise that these initiatives are based on survival of businesses right now, not necessarily on growth and productivity, which is exactly what businesses are screaming out that they need in order to have a sustainable future. Would that be fair?
Yes, well, definitely the loss carryback measure will assist with business survival in the current very uncertain environment associated with the fuel crisis. So, and businesses are under a lot of pressure in the current environment. We've undertaken surveys and also the ATO has undertaken similar surveys of business conditions and businesses are facing much higher operating costs. They're seeing their revenues decrease quite considerably, so their margins are being squeezed. And the most recent of the ABS surveys from June this year shows that 13% of businesses that they surveyed require financial assistance now to remain viable.
Thank you.
Senator McDonald, did you have questions? If not, we might. I know Senator. Oh, yeah. Do you have questions?
Oh, do we have time, Chair? I'm sorry. I thought that we're.
It's very limited. Senator O'Neill has questions as well. So if you can be efficient,
I will take the opportunity. Then, thank you. I just want to again turn back to this concept of the instant asset write-off. There was some discussion previously about the idea that you could buy 9 items of $20,000. How realistic is that in terms of your members' needs and requirements?
Can I just confirm, Senator, I think we weren't in the room for that, but was the discussion suggesting that even if you can't, you can use the $20,000 many times over, and that way you make up to the $100,000 threshold? Is that the gist of it?
Yeah. That if you the item that you need to buy is $150,000, new vehicle and tools and blah blah blah. But given that you can't claim that in entirety, that you might do $20,000 on.
I think the point was that the $20,000 can be claimed multiple times on different purchases.
Yes, but different items. It couldn't go towards the same item.
That's right.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes. There are no doubt businesses that are doing that. It's a legitimate use of the instant asset write-off. What I would be concerned about is if they're needing to make splits across different items, then that suggests to me that there's a lot of paperwork happening that shouldn't need to happen. Businesses are really, really busy at the moment trying to deal with the amount of compliance that they already have and during a cost of doing business crisis. So if they are using the instant asset write-off over multiple items, then that's going to be taking them more time. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, well, I actually think businesses may want to purchase, they definitely do in a lot of cases want to purchase a larger item, but the $20,000 is a very limiting factor in that it means that there are only, there's less items and less items of that are likely to be of significant benefit to the business and the productive benefit of the business at $20,000. So that's why we're looking at a higher number than the $20,000 being offered. Yep.
And I guess, I understand that the increased cost of production currently, I referred earlier today to increased fuel, transport, insurance and electricity costs. I think we're averaging at least 30% up. And with this cost of fuel and transport spike that we're seeing following the war in Iran, during the Morrison government, we saw a temporary $150,000 measure to address the business crisis that was ongoing that time. Whilst this $20,000 to be sneezed at amount has been made available, is there a requirement to see an increased amount to address this cost of living, cost of business spike that we're seeing?
Yes, definitely. Businesses are under a lot of strain at present, and as a result, they're delaying investment. And I mentioned ACCI's survey and also the ABS survey, and they're showing that businesses are currently deferring investments because of the uncertainty, but also because they just don't have the cash available because they're constrained. Their margins are really tight at present. So the loss carryback measure will provide some additional assistance to help them invest at this time and potentially to get through the difficult period that they're currently facing. So during COVID, it was a similar situation. The instant asset write-off was increased to $150,000, and then the temporary full expensing measure was brought in, and that enabled businesses, I think it was up to a threshold of $5 million in turnover to access the temporary full expensing measure. And that enabled them to depreciate the value of any asset, and it could have been up to $1 million or more. That provided a lot of stimulus at that time, and we actually saw a bit of a spike in business investment and an improvement in productivity at that time. And that's interesting when you look at how productivity has fared over the last 6 years, because since 2020, productivity has averaged, it's basically averaged 0.2%, I think, over that period. So it's more or less flatlined. There's been the volatility, of course, but the increase that we saw in late 2022 was offset by a sharp decline in 2023 and 2024.
So do you think this $20,000 amount is going to improve productivity?
Only on the margins, I think, because they're relatively small investments, and they will provide some assistance to improve productivity, but they're relatively small investments, so it'll be relatively small productivity improvement.
And finally, Chair, my last question is small business employment rates. Are you seeing businesses confident and continuing to employ people? Are they remaining flatlining employment, or are they putting people off?
We'll be releasing research in the next month or so from our Small Business Conditions Survey, and what we're seeing in those results is that the cost of staff is one of the top three most expensive costs that businesses are facing at the moment, and that it's also one of the top measures that businesses are putting in place to deal with their experience of the current conditions is to hold off on hiring staff. So obviously staffing is a very expensive cost for businesses, and it's also often how they're able to grow, and that's something that we already hear from small businesses, that there are so many disincentives to grow, because of things like the small business definition in the Fair Work Act being only 14 staff. If you go above that, then you lose a lot of your protections. So with measures like that already in place, there are already too many disincentives to grow, and this is making it even harder.
It's a shocking environment for small business operators who might be just wondering if they can get through that valley of death of of government compliance and the duplication of measures that government puts in place. And I was just reflecting, $20,000 today was, it's an increasingly small number with inflation. What that would have bought me 7 years ago when I was last running a small business would be, I'm just trying to think, it's not very much at all. So, yeah, we're not really talking about businesses being able to invest in productivity measures, being able to employ more people, or to indeed secure the employment of the staff they have currently. So, so would it be your opinion then that these measures across the board, across this budget, are making it, is small business in a better situation under this budget?
I would say definitely not. When you take into account the impact of the capital gains tax changes and the minimum tax on discretionary trusts, small businesses are facing a very challenging time ahead.
I have to make that your last
and these
question,
measures
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. These measures underneath this budget are not making up for the negative impacts of CGT and trust. This tiny amount of $20,000 that's been made permanent is not going to offset the negative impacts on small business then.
That's correct. There's providing a small benefit to businesses with the making permanent the instant asset write-off and the loss carryback, and taking a lot from business with the capital gains tax and the minimum tax on discretionary trust.
Thank you. I'm going to rotate the call now. Senator O'Neill, if you could keep your questions as short as possible because we are running over time.
Thank you very much. I'm just struggling to see if Mackie actually want this instant asset write-off to become permanent.
I think you asked if we support the instant asset write-off being made permanent. Is that the impression?
Yes.
So, yes.
Yes.
We do support it being made permanent. This is very important for businesses to have that certainty. That doesn't mean that there isn't room for improvement because of the threshold, but we absolutely do support that Schedule 2 is supported to go through.
So how exactly will this important permanent instant asset write-off improve business investment and confidence by comparison to previous years where the settings have been temporary?
So the change is really going to be that businesses are going to be able to invest when they invest. They'll be able to invest earlier because they won't be questioning themselves as to whether or not the legislation will or won't go through. So we saw in some years that the legislation didn't go through until right up until June. When if it hadn't gone through, then they wouldn't, any purchases that they made that year, they wouldn't have been able to instantly depreciate, even though they had made that investment based on the budget saying that that was going to be possible. So until it's legislated each year, it wasn't confirmed. That's a lot of uncertainty for businesses that are just trying to do their jobs. And so from that perspective, yes, we are absolutely pleased to see that uncertainty taken away.
Okay, so it's the Labor government that is providing certainty for investment for small businesses and medium-sized businesses as well. Just the impact of that, can you confirm that every one of Australia's 2.7 million active small businesses will be eligible for the instant asset write-off?
Well, the instant asset write-off is provided to all small businesses with a turnover of less than $10 $10 million a year, correct. But of those small businesses, sorry. But of those 2.7 small businesses you identify, there are only, I think, about 940,000 of those are employing businesses. So they're the larger businesses that are likely to invest. There's a lot of owner-operators within those numbers, that 2.7 figure that you identify, and they're not employing, and they typically probably don't have a lot of need for equipment and things like that. So our focus as the Chamber of Commerce and Industry is on employing businesses.
So, right, okay, that's a very important clarification. So, Mr. Grist, is it your contention that you only represent the 940,000 businesses that you consider important because they employ other people, and that you are not representing all those other people who back themselves in and begin the small business themselves, owner-operator businesses, I think you call them, because, I think that they are very, very important parts of the small business economy for this country, and that as 2.7 million businesses are cumulatively benefiting, I can't see how you would make the case it doesn't matter, that the rest of them shouldn't count. I mean, they're going to get instant asset write-off and they've got to buy equipment.
I'm not saying that those 2.7 or the non-employing businesses don't count. I'm definitely not. And they are important businesses, and often they grow into employing businesses. So they're very important from that perspective. But in terms of the productivity gains that you can achieve through significant investment...
Mr. Grist, can I just ask this question? I want to clarify.
Yes.
If I'm a small sole trader business, taking risk and building a business which you've just acknowledged could potentially become a significant employer, particularly in a regional small community, buying a laptop for under $20,000, buying your first piece of support equipment after you've mortgaged the house to buy, a backhoe, for example, $20,000 to buy, your first piece of drilling equipment to go on that. Is it your contention that no business is going to benefit from this permanency of a $20,000 instant asset write-off?
No, not at all. But it's more that those small owner-operators will benefit. You're correct there. But it's just more in terms of achieving the greater productivity gains that we want to achieve through business investment. The bigger gains are likely to be made by employing businesses.
So bigger businesses count more. 1.8 million smaller businesses don't count so much. That's very concerning for me if that's your view.
Sorry, you're misinterpreting my statements, but it's more that all businesses count, all business investment counts to achieve gains, but it's more the greater gains are made. And in terms of the benefit to the greater benefits are made by those that are able to expand and employ more people.
Yep, which is what $1.8 million, 1.8 million Australians might be trying to do with their sole trader business.
Last question, Senator O'Neill. Last question, Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. We've got a permanent instant asset write-off. I'm very keen to get on the record how that reduces compliance costs for businesses and what that estimated reduction in costs is likely to be.
So what we have heard from members, Senator, is that if the instant asset write-off had been removed or returned back to $1,000, that would have been a huge compliance impost on businesses. businesses are definitely keen to see the instant asset write-off continue, and they are thrilled that it has been made permanent. There is no question that the reduction in compliance because of the instant asset write-off is real for businesses. That doesn't mean that we're not keen to see the threshold expanded.
And the loss carryback provisions, could you speak to that in terms of cash flow support, improvements to resilience, and the loss carryback was removed by Mr. Abbott, and we saw complications in the economy because of that. What does this proposal about loss carryback mean for Australian businesses, all 2.7?
Yeah, it's definitely a significant benefit for businesses to be able to, particularly businesses that are constrained in the current very difficult economic environment because of the fuel supply issues. So it is very important for business, and it will assist a lot of businesses weather a very difficult period and be able to get through to the other side. So it is definitely a benefit for business, so that they can claim tax paid in the previous 2 years rather than having to wait until they make profits at some stage in the future to be able to recover any losses that they're making in the current period.
Okay.
As you said, Mr. Grist, a safety net in a time of disruption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. All right, that concludes our questions with representatives of ACCI. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Chair.
We will welcome our final witnesses to the table and just suspend for a moment while we do the shuffle. Thank you. We'll kick off again. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Tax Office and the Department of Treasury. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? And perhaps we'll start from my left and work across.
Certainly. I'm Sally Clark. I'm in the Department of Treasury, the Director of the Individuals Tax Unit.
Simon Richards, Director of Corporate Tax Policy Unit in Corporate International Tax Division at the Treasury.
Chris Leggett, Assistant Secretary, Law Division from the Treasury.
Richard Marr, Assistant Secretary, Individuals and Indirect Tax Branch at the Treasury.
Will Day, Deputy Commissioner of Taxation, responsible for policy analysis and legislation.
Sandra Roussel, Assistant Commissioner, Revenue Analysis Branch.
Dominic Gilbert, Assistant Commissioner in the Policy Analysis and Legislation Branch at the Australian Taxation Office.
Thank you very much. Do either of you have an opening statement?
No, thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to help the committee in any way that we can, but no opening statement.
Fabulous. We will go straight to Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do have a few questions to work through today, so we'll try and be as efficient as we can, and if I need a second block, happy to rotate the call accordingly. But just first and foremost, given some of the evidence that we heard from Treasury at the Tax Reform No. 1 Bill inquiry, I thought I would check, has Treasury read all of the submissions to this inquiry so that you can provide a fulsome response to our questions, noting that there were only 12 submissions this time?
I read the ones that were posted on the website as of yesterday. Yes.
That is good to hear. My first set of questions relate to the instant asset write-off. What economic modelling was undertaken to support these budget measures?
In terms of the instant asset write-off, I think included in the budget was the cost estimate, so the $890 million over 5 years of cash flow support to eligible businesses making use of the permanent instant asset write-off. We've also included a figure there of the compliance cost reduction, which I think was $32 million, an estimate there per year from making the instant asset write-off permanent. They're probably the two main figures I'd point to.
So the budget papers state that these measures will improve economic resilience, support productivity and promote employment. So what modelling did Treasury undertake to be able to stack up that statement?
Sorry, I don't have my budget paper with me right now, but I'll just pull that up. Thank you.
It was page 38 of the budget
Number
overview.
one, sorry. Don't have number one here. There was a range of modelling that was done. In terms of the specifics of those statements that you just read out, we don't have our macroeconomic modelling colleagues here, but they are that's the team within the department who would have done that and best placed to talk to that broader piece. Of course, there were the three main sort of limbs of the tax reform package that the government announced in the budget. The business tax one, of which I think we've got two of there was several elements of that. So there's two elements of that in this TLAB 2 that we're very happy to talk to those specifically, as well as of course the intergenerational equity changes that were part of the package and the simplification measures as well. So in terms of that broader modelling, we might have to just sort of see if there's anything we can come back with from after talking to our macroeconomic colleagues, if that's okay.
So, just so I'm very clear, Treasury doesn't have modelling quantifying the impact on business investment or productivity of making the instant asset write-off permanent?
I didn't say that. What I said was that we have done modelling across the package as a whole, but not of, in terms of, is there modelling on a measure by measure, schedule by schedule basis of that kind? No, not that I'm aware of, but very happy to, as I said, check back with the macroeconomic colleagues, and if there's anything we can add, look to add that.
Okay. The submissions consistently note that the threshold for the instant asset write-off is too low to support investments in critical productive assets, and we've certainly heard testimony at the committee this morning that would suggest that is the case. How was the $20,000 asset threshold arrived at, and was any consultation done with small business or business groups, because they have been consistently stating this for some time?
There wasn't. We didn't consult ahead of the budget announcement. I think that was the product of kind of government deliberations in the lead up to budget, and it is sort of unusual. Would have been unusual to consult in that way. We have been hearing from the business community and their representatives since the budget, including talking to ACCI and COSBOA and others, as well as small businesses directly. We have, as you say, heard the view of some that and read through the submissions that they would ideally like a larger threshold, but also I guess the other message that has come through very clearly, including today and through the submissions, is really that primacy of certainty and the value that small businesses have put on making permanent at 20,000 something that had been very sort of ad hoc and year by year, if I can put it like that, previously. So I think that's that's certainly the sort of the strongest element of the feedback that that I know I'm aware of and that we've received. As you say, I think business groups would like that to be higher, that threshold, but I think recognise that there is a sort of a fiscal dimension to that too, and a bit of a balance that needs to be struck. In terms of the specific 20,000, I mean, it had been at that in the previous year, one by one, so that's staying at that level, but on a permanent basis.
So Cosbar and AXI said in their testimony today that they haven't had direct consultation with Treasury since the budget on these measures in this legislation. So have you been taking their feedback via the submissions that they've provided to this committee?
Including through that, I think including through the consultation on the legislation that we have undertaken, and through the sort of conversations that we have with them on, in relation to in relation to other matters when we talk to them sort of fairly regularly, as well as other bodies such as representatives of CAN, CPA. We get feedback through a range of forums like that.
Has the feedback that you've received been provided to the Treasurer or his office?
We do provide, sort of in summary form, certainly, all of the views that we receive through consulting on draft legislation. I don't think we've had a chance yet to provide an update on the submissions that have just been posted recently, but I'm sure that they're aware of them.
But you've just said that looking at the submissions is one of the main ways that you're actually getting feedback on this legislation, that there hasn't been a specific conversation with COSBA or AXI in relation to this legislation. So this feedback hasn't been provided to the Treasurer's office yet?
No, I wouldn't say that. What I was trying to say was that in relation to the submissions that they've that were posted on the website in relation to this inquiry, I'm not sure whether we haven't separately briefed the Treasurer on those, but in terms of understanding where stakeholder groups are sort of coming from and their views on this measure, we certainly have told, briefed the government that overall the reaction has been extremely positive to this measure, and these sort of two business measures in particular, and really with the sort of the value of making the 20,000 threshold permanent coming through as a very strong positive.
I think describing the feedback as positive might be putting a little bit too much pepper on some of the testimony that we've heard this morning, because certainly I think COSBA and AXI both said that they, while welcoming the permanence of the instant asset write-off, want to see that the dollar value a lot higher. Have you undertaken any analysis or estimates of the impact of increasing the instant asset write-off to $50,000, which has been recommended in a number of stakeholder submissions, and I know it is coalition policy?
I'm not aware of that. No, I'm not aware of it. It hasn't happened within my team, but can double check, and if there's anything to add, come back to the
So
committee.
we're not sure whether there was the analysis of the benefit of any dollar value other than the 20,000 that is in this legislation.
Well, our focus is in terms of supporting and advising the government, and of course now post-budget implementing the government's policy.
We had a lengthy conversation in the inquiry to Tax Reform Number 1 bill around the estimated compliance costs of those changes. So I'm interested to know how the compliance saving of $32 million per annum in relation to the instant asset write-off that we're discussing here today was arrived at.
do have something in... I know that it is 32. I don't know. Ms Clark might be able to help me find exactly where we've got the calculation. But essentially, like, it would be the first to say that it's an estimate. It's only an estimate. These things can be pretty hard to sort of pin down, but is essentially a product of the number of small businesses that typically make use of the instant asset write-off in a given year. And I think from memory, Ms Clark might be able to help me out.
Sure.
Yep.
So the 32 million estimate is using the approximate number of businesses that use the instant asset write-off, which is about 300,000, and the time they're likely to save, which is about 1.2 hours of time, but it's a conservative estimate. And the value of that time estimated at about $85 per hour, and comes out at 32 million per annum.
Okay. Can I turn to the departmental funding associated with this measure? $17 million over 5 years, is that correct?
Is this the... you're looking at the budget paper number 2. I might just grab that. So that is in relation...
Yeah, it's BP2.
Yeah, sorry. I might just grab the book there. In BP2, I think that we've got, certainly within the EM for this bill, the figures for the 2 schedules that are obviously included in this bill. Just looking at BP2, page 20, tax reform making tax simpler for businesses. Is that the one? Can I just check that you're reading from that?
Yeah, I think so.
That one's got 2 measures as we... Two sort of separate government decisions. So it does have the figures for the permanently extending the instant asset write-off to 20,000, which is included in this bill. The figures here on page 20 also include the details of another measure relating to dynamic pay-as-you-go instalments, which is not included in this legislation, and that is... the related payments that you reference relate to that other component of this budget measure. So there's two sort of government decisions reported on page 20 there. The figures for Iowa are included and sort of separated out in the EM for this bill.
So my understanding is that the dynamic pay pilot, that there's $10.9 million provided for that. So does that mean that the remainder of 17 minus 10.9 is how much funding has been allocated to administer the permanence of the instant asset write-off?
Senator, Sandra Russell, Revenue Analysis Branch. I didn't bring the figures with me, so this is from memory and I can take it on notice, but the majority is for dynamic pay-as-you-go instalment and the remainder is for instant asset write-off.
So in allocating funding to administer the instant asset write-off, can you, without having the dollar figure to hand, but can you tell me what that funding is being used for? Is there any ASL attached to making the instant asset write-off permanent?
I'll take it on notice. My team is also listening, so they may text me and I may come back to you before the end of this. But otherwise, I'll take it on notice.
Okay, we might move on to another topic then. How is the estimate of up to 85,000 companies, mostly small businesses, arrived at in relation to the loss carryback?
So my understanding, Senator, was that that was made by looking at the business population, looking at who is in loss, an average amount over the number of years, looking at people who've paid tax in the previous 2 years and then looking at the types of businesses that meet those criteria.
So what exact percentage is mostly?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, but it is, if you look at the two previous loss carryback measures, it says in the budget papers that it's around 95% of businesses that claimed loss carryback during the temporary loss carryback period were small businesses, and the same for the loss carryback that was first enacted in 2012.
And when we say small businesses, what turnover definition are we using there?
Again, my understanding is we're using the 10 million turnover definition there.
Given that you've estimated the benefit to small business of the loss carryback, what is the share of the $2.3 billion benefit that's expected to be derived by bigger businesses, given this measure also goes to businesses up to $1 billion in turnover?
Senator, I'm probably not in a position to answer that directly. I would note that the loss carryback during the pandemic was around, the smaller companies accounted for around 40%. I'm not sure what the percentage is in the costing, so I have to take that part on notice.
Sorry, are you not in a position to answer because you don't know the answer, or because the analysis hasn't been done to give you that answer?
I don't know the answer, Senator.
Okay, that's all right. We've heard testimony this morning, I think it was from COSBOA, that the loss carryback measures are quite complex for small businesses to be able to use in practice. What feedback has the department received about the complexity of the loss carryback arrangements?
Apart from, I think it was mentioned in 2 submissions to this inquiry, no one has mentioned complexity of the measure directly to us, or in things they've written about loss carryback in response to the budget measures, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so no work's been done to consider whether or not these provisions could be further simplified for easier application by small businesses?
No is the answer, and I also think it would be extremely difficult to simplify them further while retaining the integrity provisions that are within the bill, and I think that would be.
Just before we move on the benefit to small businesses question that we were just talking about, it would be useful to know if, accepting that you'll probably have to provide this on notice, but not just the dollar figure of the benefit, but the number of businesses that might benefit as well.
Yeah. Senator, just on that, I think it's extremely difficult to, it's in the costing, but on an annual basis, larger businesses are likely to have lumpier kind of benefits, because it may be more tax paid or a smaller or bigger loss. So exactly what it will be in any given year, we'll be able to look at, I believe we'll be able to look at tax stats once they're published and be able to see the analysis with hindsight. But in terms of the future, it's the prediction that the costing's based on.
Okay. Chartered Accountants ANZ have suggested in their submission a few technical changes to the loss carryback provisions to provide further clarity about the impact of incorrectly specifying the quantum of losses to be carried back. Has Treasury reviewed these suggestions from Chartered Accountants and considered whether they would be beneficial?
We took a look at them. We haven't had an opportunity to go through them in a lot of detail and work out whether they should be included in the bill or not.
Okay. Is that something that you anticipate you will have time to do before this bill comes back before the Parliament?
We will certainly consider it.
Okay. CPA Australia have also raised concerns that the franking account balance ceiling may unduly restrict access for companies that have genuinely incurred losses after paying tax in early income years. Can you step me through the rationale behind the ceiling, as I note that some of the other targeted budget loss carry measures for startup use an alternative measure?
Yeah, so loss carryback was first considered in the Australian tax context back in 2012, and the group that was working on it and doing public consultation on it then talked about the need for this interaction with the franking credit system, and the reason they ended up having a cap based on franking credits was actually a very practical measure, and in some way goes to help small businesses. If you take tax back in excess of your franking credits available, you actually end up with a franking credit deficit. And then my understanding is at the end of the year you have a wash-up payment and you actually have to pay franking credit deficit tax back. And so the cap with the number of franking credits was really a practical measure to ensure that businesses didn't end up having to pay back later the very money that they'd claimed, noting that they're in loss years, and that seems sensible. Small businesses have told us consistently that, and the tax office has told us that small business debt is a problem. So I think the cap actually makes sense in stopping small businesses getting into debt that they don't need to be in.
Were there any alternative measures that were considered for all companies, not just startups?
Are you talking about the loss refundability measure?
Oh, sorry. I think we talked about the fact that that there are other measures in place, and so you've chosen to use this one. So were there any other alternatives considered to broaden to all companies, not just startups? Sorry, I'm not articulating that very well.
So in respect of loss carryback, it's available for businesses companies up to $1 billion. The loss refundability measure for startups is a very different policy design, and is a first in the Australian kind of tax system, and really aimed at a different policy problem, that is companies that have not actually paid tax in the past and so can't carry it back. So it's probably not appropriate to extend that startup treatment to all companies.
Okay. So is that why, despite the fact they were presented as one budget measure, they have different legislative paths?
That's correct. They also will require different systems on the ATO side and with software providers, and they have different implementation dates. So that's why they're on separate legislative pathways.
Is that usual that you would have them combined as one budget measure though, and then effectively split off?
I don't believe it's unusual to have budget measures that have different elements or aspects to them. It's quite common.
Okay. Okay, we might come back to that. I've asked a number of questions to COSBAR and AXI earlier about their engagement with the department around what's in this bill subsequent to your last appearance before the committee in relation to the number 1 tax reform bill. So just so we're ticking all of the boxes, can I understand from Treasury what your engagement with business and particularly small business has been since your last appearance before this committee for the number 1 tax reform bill?
We can, I think probably the best thing for us to do and the best way to assist the committee with that is to take that question, go and talk to all our colleagues who across the department who are working on the various issues and make sure we get a comprehensive list of that engagement for you. Be able to provide that pretty quickly, I think.
Okay. The consultation has been occurring though, I hope?
That's right. Across a range of things. Obviously, we've got a couple of schedules here, and then we've heard about the innovative business CGT concession. A lot of engagement is happening on that front. We've heard about the consultation process for the discretionary trusts measure. So different teams are involved at different stages and part of those conversations. So if that's useful, we can pull that all together and provide that to the committee.
What progress has been made in relation to the arrangements for small business on the 30% minimum trust tax?
In terms of where the government released a consultation paper, which would be aware of, I understand that someone might correct me on the date, but I think that was a week or 2 ago that consultation closed formally. The team's continuing to meet with stakeholders regularly and consider that as part of providing further advice to government ahead of legislation being introduced later this year.
So the budget paper stated that the Australian Small Business Ombudsman and ASIC would put in place special rollover relief arrangements. Are you able to update the committee on where that works at?
Senator Chandler, we're running close to time. If we can keep the questions as close as possible to what's in this legislation, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I can't, but I again can talk to our colleagues leading that work and come back to you.
Okay. Are you able to tell me how many submissions have been received? Maybe just how many submissions have been received on the CGT tax reforms arrangements for innovative startups piece?
We'll have to take that on notice as well, Senator, and come back with a number. Our colleagues who's working on that aren't present at this committee hearing.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to rotate the call there, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Bragg.
Thank you. Just quickly, I wanted to ask you just about the tax measures in relation to the SMSF ban on borrowing. What sort of regulatory analysis was done when there was a prospect of a Senate agreement being done between the government and the Greens in terms of an SMSF property borrowing ban?
Our superannuation colleagues aren't present here, Senator, because that content isn't in this bill, but we can take it on notice and come back with an answer for you.
Okay, but isn't it a tax matter though, isn't it?
Oh, it's a regulatory matter for superannuation funds. It is covered by our team who does work on superannuation tax, but they're not present at the committee hearing here.
Okay, so you've got no one there who can answer these questions?
No, I'm sorry, Senator, no.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Chandler, did you have other questions? Or are you finished?
Sorry, Chair. Just multitasking a bit here. I do have a few more questions if you're happy to hand the call back my way.
Yeah, we're just, yes, happy for you to keep going. We are almost at times, but I think everyone is okay to last a little longer if you want to keep going but be as efficient as you can. Thank you.
Okay, sure. I did just want to go to a couple of questions in relation to the PNG, the PNG rugby piece that we discussed earlier in the day. When did Treasury become aware of the proposal for the PNG tax arrangement, PNG rugby tax arrangement, I should say?
So I think we were aware of the public announcement of the $600 million. I think it was late 2024, and then subsequently that was legislated by PNG. Then I think my involvement and the team then, I think we became involved throughout 2025. I think Ms Blundell from DFAT said it was about 8 months ago. That sounds about right to me, but I can just double check and provide a more precise date, which was when sort of through our colleagues at DFAT we were sort of approached, I think as they put it, now with the PNG legislation in place and the chiefs and the RLC getting into further detail and sort of implementing, sort of starting to establish the franchise, sort of approached DFAT and kind of we became aware of it at that point, I think.
Mm-hmm. So can I confirm that this tax arrangement will be backdated to 1 July 2025?
That's right.
That's a while ago, isn't it? It's a financial year ago.
Well, yeah, although the budget, I mean, if you take the budget announcement in May, that was still part of the 25-26 income year. So in that sense, it's that income year that was current at that time. Yeah.
Is it good practice to have retrospective changes to tax legislation?
I think we would ideally always like things to be prospective, but of course there's a lot of government decisions and limited parliamentary time, certainly in cases where taxpayers are needing to pay more or under, we're placing additional obligations on taxpayers. There is a very, very, very much higher threshold for retrospective legislation in those cases. In this case, where it can only act to the benefit of individual taxpayers, I think it's perhaps a little less of a concern.
Wouldn't there have been capacity, though, let me start that again. Would there have been capacity to introduce these changes last financial year to avoid the sort of passage of time and the significant retrospectivity of these measures?
Well, I wouldn't accept significant retrospectivity as a fair characterisation in this case. I think this was a decision that the government took earlier this year and then reported in the budget in May. This is for the franchise, the tax exemption for players and staff, as we know that the team is going to start playing in 2028. Now, obviously, they need to do things to get ready for that, including, players will start training and gathering and so on before that date, and they have a small number of staff already who this exemption would apply for, and I think consistent with the intent, which is to ensure that the PNG exemption, which has already been legislated, operates as intended, the Australian tax exemption will start from the same income year as when the government made a decision and announced it.
Can Treasury confirm the tax arrangements for third-party earnings under these changes?
I can't. This is tricky in that I can't confirm with any confidence at all, and nor would I want to go anywhere near any individual arrangements. So I think when you say the sort of the tax treatment of third-party arrangements, any particular arrangement or source of income that particular individuals might get, it really is going to depend very much on the individual facts and circumstances of their case. And without getting too far into the ins and outs of sort of residency rules and tax treaty that we have with PNG and so on, it really is how any particular bit of income and how it applies to particular person is going to depend on where it comes from, whether they're a tax resident of Australia, PNG, other countries, as well as a sort of general matter. In terms of what this schedule, though, will be doing, I think consistent with what DFAT said earlier today, this is really focused on ensuring the PNG legislated exemption operates as intended, and that's really focused on the wages and salaries and income of that nature of players and staff of the Chiefs, and the income being paid to them through the franchise.
So sorry, am I correct in saying that this tax exemption only applies to income derived from employment by the NRL club, or does it apply to, for example, sponsorships?
No, it applies for, so I'm just reading, sorry, just indulge me, from paragraph 3.14 of the EM, where it says it's intended to apply only to income derived in respect of employment with the Chiefs, where that employment is connected to their role holding the NRL licence and operating the franchise.
Okay, so it might apply to sponsorships, for example, if those sponsorships are maintained or engaged with through by virtue of a connection to the rugby team.
I probably wouldn't frame it like that. So third-party sponsorships where the money is derived by the players directly from the third party are not within scope of the measure that's currently before us. To be exempt here, the payment will have to be received by the player directly from the PNG Chiefs corporation that's set up in PNG.
Okay, sure. So if a player, sorry, this is very hypothetical, but if there were a player that had a side sponsorship deal with a, I don't know, Nike or some other sporting company, wouldn't be able to use the tax exemption to that income derived from that sponsorship deal because that's not being directed through the club itself?
That's correct. So the Australian tax exemption will not impact that arrangement. However, it happens to be taxed. So as we said, as Mr. Maher had said, whether Australia taxes that payment will very much depend upon the residency of the player, the source of the relevant income, is it Australian sourced or is it foreign sourced, and the relevant Australia PNG tax treaty provisions. But as I said, this bill does not affect that arrangement.
Okay. It sounds like it's going to be pretty complicated to administer. Can Treasury or even the ATO outline any other examples of similar tax arrangements that we've seen here in Australia?
Senator Will Day, Deputy Commissioner of Taxation. Certainly in terms of ability to administer, to the extent that we will be applying current law, that is current legislation and double tax agreement, etc., with PNG in this case. Obviously that is not an entirely unusual circumstance. We will regularly deal with Australian residents for tax purposes who spend some time in PNG, and obviously the double tax treaty is designed to ensure that there is no double taxation between the countries and to resolve where taxation is paid. And you've heard already that can be a factor of where is the income derived, how long has the person spent in Papua New Guinea, for example, how much are they being paid. All of that is capable of being answered under existing law and is a fairly typical kind of question for Australians who are based in PNG to answer. Specifically in terms of the PNG Chiefs, we don't think it's a difficult thing to administer. We certainly will be able to work with advisors relating to a relatively small number of taxpayers here, the players and other employees of the franchise. I will say also, while I've got the floor, you were asking about the exemption applying from the 1st of July 2025. Obviously, that's for the year of income that's just concluded at 30 June 2026. So whilst taxpayers can have started to have lodged income tax returns, particularly those with advisors, have a considerable period. So we still have time to deal with those taxpayers before they need to lodge.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. So we just have a couple of final questions from Senator Walker. Over to you, Senator Walker.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I'll try and make it really quick because I know we're going over time. I just have one question for Treasury. When we look at the tax reform package as a whole, do changes to the way trusts are taxed and capital gains tax in combination with the reforms in this bill that we're talking about today help shift the way businesses structure themselves and invest to be more focused on capital enhancing investment rather than tax planning?
I think what I would say is just having a quick flick back through Statement 4 of Budget Paper 1, which did sort of set out in a fair bit of detail how the government is seeing the package as a whole, including across the three elements that I outlined before, a suite of measures going to sort of intergenerational equity and some changes there, the business tax measures and also the simplification measures. I think you're certainly right that in relation to the business tax changes, two of which are included in this schedule and in this bill, and with others still to be legislated as well. A really big focus of those has been aimed at supporting investment decisions and including in productive assets and looking to. So I think the investment in productive assets is probably the main thing through instant asset write-off, for example. I think in terms of some of the loss reforms, it's about ensuring that the tax system is not disincentivising unduly sort of sensible risk-taking and kind of promoting productivity over time that way. I think the part of your question that went to tax planning I might leave alone, other than to just kind of note, obviously the government's sort of pointed out that one of the rationales for the changes is to look to align how income from wages is taxed a little bit more closely with how income from various other tax from other ways is taxed as well.
Thanks for that. And now just a few questions for the ATO just to finish off. How many businesses have benefited from the instant asset write-off in the most recent year of data that you've got?
Thank you, Senator. So Will Day, Deputy Commissioner of Taxation. Obviously with lags in terms of lodgement, so a taxpayer with a tax agent can lodge any time up to May the following year after the end of a financial year at 30 June. So probably the 2023-24 year is the most recent that we can confidently say most taxpayers have lodged. We saw something in the order of 306,000 total number of claims. The average claim was 14,200 under the instant asset write-off.
Okay, thanks for that. Can you also talk us through what support and guidance is the ATO going to be providing to small businesses to help them access some of these measures?
Thank you, Senator. So, firstly, I'll say that we are confident in our ability to administer the full range of government's budget announcements, including those contained within this particular bill. we think that we can do that in the most, with the most simple and supportive framework possible. Obviously, we have a running start in the terms of the instant asset write-off and the loss carryback, because both measures have been in place in the past. Nonetheless, we are committed to continuing to work with the tax, accounting, legal profession, as well as digital software providers in order to help taxpayers comply in the easiest way possible. We'll consult broadly with the profession as well in terms of what interpretive advice might be needed in terms of these provisions and how we can best improve our existing interpretive advice. I will say that from an administration point of view, making the instant asset write-off permanent at $20,000 is certainly easier from a simplification certainty point of view, as we've already heard today, and we'll look to provide whatever digital support tools we can to assist taxpayers across the full range of measures as well.
Thank you. And just my last question, can you outline some of the ways in which small businesses are supported by some of the budget measures that we've seen, like, for example, opt-in reporting?
Senator, certainly we have a vision, I guess, for the future of a digital-first tax ecosystem, which we will continue to build, working with digital software providers and the tax profession to make compliance with all tax obligations simpler. For those in the budget announcements, we're looking very closely again at taxpayer guidance. That can be in the form of formal rulings, but can also be updates to our information contained on our website and other training materials. We'll certainly look to publish guidance and examples in relation to the announcements wherever possible. We certainly think that digitalisation can also lead to a more simplified administration.
Right, thanks for that. That's all from me. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I think that now concludes today's hearings. Thank you to all.
If I may interrupt, we did offer to take on notice or decline during the hearing the answer to the departmental cost in relation to the instant asset write-off.
Please provide it now, saves you following up later.
Thank you, Senator. To Senator Walker's question, she was asking about the departmental costs for the tax office for the measure that's on page 20 in the budget paper, and it does combine the instant asset write-off with the dynamic pay-as-you-go instalment. I can confirm that $0 of the dollars is for instant asset write-off. We have agreed to absorb that one. We know how to do it. We have a label. We're ready to go. So we didn't have any additional costs for that. The dynamic pay-as-you-go instalment is a different measure, and it is all of the costing in that row, and it's really about bringing a pilot that we had started to a much broader audience.
Thank you. And I think that was in answer to a question from Senator Chandler earlier.
Oh, Chandler.
Yep, great. All right, thank you. So thanks to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. Note that any responses to questions questions taken on notice should be provided by Monday, the 3rd of August 2026, and the committee now stands adjourned. Thank you.